Chapter 900. Lu Hai was so angry that his nose was crooked. I let the beautiful girl group toast. What the hell are you, a country bumpkin, doing? However, Chairman Gu was secretly happy in his heart. He was also waiting to watch a show, but the show he was watching was different from the three girls. He wanted to see Qin Feng being abused. Xing Shui, right? I'll let you know now that in my eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Lu Hai was already angered to death by Zhang Kuku. The anger that he had been holding back for an entire night completely erupted. He immediately stood up, picked up a full cup of white wine, and splashed it at Qin Feng's face in front of everyone. Swish! He had already made his move, and the white wine was already floating in the air. Everyone was shocked. The few girls widened their eyes in worry. This time, Qin Feng's face was going to be completely lost. Ha! Good, good. Chairman Gu was so excited that he had already jumped up. He was about to add oil to the fire and mock Qin Feng, but just as the words left his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Because the situation had changed drastically, completely exceeding everyone's expectations, the cup of white wine that was originally splashed at Qin Feng suddenly splashed onto Lu Hai's face. Lu Hai looked like he had just washed his hair, and his hair was stuck to his scalp. However, he did not react, and stood there with an expression of dementia. Fuck! What's going on? Lu Hai let out a strange cry. He was scared to death. He suddenly remembered the scene when he met Qin Feng on the plane. In the middle of winter, Lu Hai kept pouring iced orange juice on his head. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. Young Master Lu, are you okay? Chairman Gu came back to his senses and looked at Lu Hai in disbelief. Lu Hai felt that he had lost all face. Without saying a word, he picked up another cup of white wine and splashed it at Qin Feng's face. Ah! The previous cup of white wine was splashed too suddenly, and the girls did not have time to react. This time, the girls all came back to their senses and screamed, ah! Before the screams in front of them stopped, the girls cried out in alarm again. The strange scene appeared again. The white wine that was originally splashed at Qin Feng landed on Lu Hai's face again. The fiery wine made Lu Hai's eyes swollen. Oh my god! Young Master Lu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Tong Gu was stunned by Lu Hai's self-mutilation. He even started to suspect that he had found the wrong person. Ma Xinxin and the other girls regained their senses and laughed so hard that they bent over. Zhang Kuku had never cared about her image. She sat on the ground and laughed so hard that her face was covered with tears. From Qin Feng's angle, he could easily see her naked body under her skirt. Lu Hai immediately wiped his face. It was so hot that he sneezed. Finally coming back to his senses, Lu Hai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He came here tonight to pick up girls, not to show off. Brat, you're playing dirty, aren't you? I'll kill you. Lu Hai's 2 cups of white wine had completely angered him. He casually picked up the bottle of Mao Tai that had just been opened and smashed it towards Qin Feng's head. He did not believe that he would not be able to deal with Qin Feng this time. Gulp, gulp. Halfway through the bottle, the force on it suddenly disappeared, and an invisible force pushed the bottle to the top of Lu Hai's head. Lu Hai watched as the entire bottle of white wine slid down his head, but he did not even have the strength to resist. That pair of hands seemed to be grabbed by someone, hanging above his head and unable to be put down. The white wine was so hot that he had only heard of people who drank from the bottle. This was the first time he had seen Lu Hai use white wine to take a bath. The surrounding laughter became even louder. Even Director Gu was amused by Lu Hai and laughed out loud, momentarily forgetting the true purpose of the night. However, Lu Hai did not care about these mocking laughs. He had also forgotten about the burning feeling of the white wine falling on his body. Lu Hai was shocked. He realized that the situation tonight was the same as the time on the plane. It was just that the iced orange juice had been replaced with spicy white wine. Gulp, gulp. An entire bottle of white wine was poured onto his body. Lu Hai's shirt was completely wet and stuck to his skin. It felt extremely uncomfortable, but Lu Hai did not have the time to care about it. He put down the white wine and immediately looked towards Qin Feng. You. Who the hell are you? Lu Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. Just a moment ago, he was arrogant and despotic, but now he was scared like a grandson. The girls stopped laughing and were shocked by this scene. Director Guo was also confused. Could it be that the white wine had entered Lu Hai's brain and made him stupid? He had always heard that his brain was filled with water, but this was the first time he had heard that his brain was filled with white wine. Young Master Lu, don't you recognize me? I am celebrity Jing Shuai. I heard that young Master Lu is one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong. I hope that young Master Lu will take care of me in the future. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Hai. It felt like Qin Feng was fawning on Lu Hai, but Lu Hai did not think so. Lu Hai was already extremely clear-headed. He could see the playful smile in Jing Shuai's eyes. Lu Hai suspected that the reason why the wine was splashed on him was definitely because of Jing Shuai. But Lu Hai did not know what Jing Shuai was up to. This Jing Shuai was as scary as Qin Feng. Lu Hai was so scared that he almost peed his pants. You, spare me this once. I won't dare anymore. Lu Hai had been tortured badly by Qin Feng before. When he saw someone with the same mystical ability as Qin Feng, Lu Hai was so scared that he did not have the slightest bit of temper. He wanted to kneel in front of Jing Shuai. Young Master Lu, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand? My master told me a joke before. He once took a plane and met an idiot passenger. That passenger asked for a bucket of iced orange juice in the middle of winter and then poured it all on himself. Later on, my master called him Orange Juice Bro. Young Master Lu, you can compete with that orange juice bro, you can just call him White Wine Bro. Qin Feng told a joke that made the girls laugh heartily again. Lu Hai could not laugh no matter what, he was so scared that he was crying. What's your master's name? Lu Hai was trembling as he spoke. He was 90% sure that Jing Shuai's master was Qin Feng. If that was really the case, Lu Hai had already thought about it. He would immediately kneel down and apologize to Jing Shuai and the few beauties. My master is a hermit expert, you are not worthy to know his name, but before my master left, he gave me a poisonous needle. This thing is said to be very powerful, I have never had the time to test it. Young Master Lu, would you like to let me take a look? Qin Feng waved his hand, and like a magic trick, a 5-poison needle appeared in his hand. Back then, when Qin Feng completed the money laundering mission in Hong Kong, he used the 5-poison needle to stab Lu Hai in order to enter the Dafu gambling city, and then ask Lu Hai to help him get in. That needle had taken half of Lu Hai's life. In the 3 days that he had been stabbed, Lu Hai had vomited and lost control of his bowels. It was an experience worse than death. Lu Hai's memory of the 5-poison needle was still fresh in his mind. Seeing the silver needle in Qin Feng's hand, he was so scared that he immediately jumped up. Your master is, young Master Lu, I advise you not to say my master's name. He likes peace and quiet, so be careful not to bring you a fatal disaster. Without waiting for Lu Hai to call out his name, Qin Feng interrupted him. Lu Hai immediately covered his mouth, he was scared like a little chick. This scene shocked everyone, it was as if they were watching a movie. Zheng, big brother Zheng, I still don't want to be a test subject. I beg big brother Zheng to spare me this time, I'll kowtow to you. After confirming Jing Shuai's identity, Lu Hai knelt on the ground without saying a word. This was young Master Lu, one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong, and he knelt down just like that. Director Gu's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This world was too fucking crazy. Song Jiji wanted to be Ma Rong's best man, I.O. Young Master Lu, why are you doing this? It's fine if you don't want to be a test subject, but why are you kneeling down to me? How do you want me to take responsibility for this? No matter what, you should at least kowtow again. Director Gu rolled his eyes and almost fainted from fright. What was the background of this Xing Shuai? Was this really a country bumpkin from the countryside? Why don't I believe it? The girls stopped laughing because they were scared silly. They had heard of Lu Hai's name before. Since when were the 4 young masters of Hong Kong so worthless? Bang! Amidst everyone's astonishment and shock, Lu Hai did not hesitate and kowtowed. After kowtowing once, Lu Hai felt that it was not enough. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times in a row towards Rao Sherman and the other 2 girls. Big brother Zheng, 3 sisters-in-law, this little brother has eyes but cannot see. This little brother is really wrong. I hope that big brother and sisters-in-law can forgive this little brother. Please don't stab this little brother. Qin Feng held the silver needles with a cold expression, just like Granny Rong. After Lu Hai kowtowed 4 times, Rao Sherman and the other 2 girls were stunned. They never thought that young Master Lu would kowtow to them and admit his mistake. Were they dreaming? Humph. You ugly man, now you know how powerful I am. Let me tell you, big brother Xing Shuai is my boyfriend. Let's see if you still dare to bully Cuckoo in the future. Zhang Cuckoo had been scolded by Lu Hai for a long time, so she was not in a good mood. Now, she could finally vent her anger. In order to scare Lu Hai, this girl actually shamelessly said that Jing Shuai was her boyfriend. Sister-in-law Cuckoo, this little brother doesn't dare anymore. In the future, this little brother will do anything to serve sister-in-law. Under the prestige of Jing Shuai's master is Qin Feng, Lu Hai was truly afraid. He was so afraid that he did not even have the slightest thought of revenge. Because Lu Hai had seen Qin Feng's strength, he did not want to become enemies with Qin Feng even if he was beaten to death. During the whole process of begging for mercy, Director Gu had dementia. With great difficulty, Guo Tao climbed up from the corridor outside. Just as he returned to his room, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Humph. An ugly and incompetent man like you makes me lose my appetite when I see you. Hurry up and leave. With one hand on her waist, Zhang Cuckoo pointed at Lu Hai and scolded him with the other. She felt like a big sister, which made Zhang Cuckoo extremely happy. Lu Hai had long wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He carefully looked at Jing Shuai. Jing Shuai was the real big brother here. Why are you looking at me? Could it be that you changed your mind and want me to stab you? Qin Feng curled his lips and muttered. Chapter 901. Lu Hai had been gone for a while now. The hall was still immersed in a strange atmosphere. Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at CEO Gu and broke the silence. CEO Gu, young Master Lu is quite funny. I don't know him at all, but he kept calling me big brother and kowtowing to me. I was so nervous that I forgot to give him a red packet. Will he send someone to kill me? Qin Feng's act was so real that CEO Gu finally regained his composure. He didn't know what to say. CEO Gu refused to believe that Lu Hai didn't know Jing Shuai. Who was Lu Hai? There was no one in Hong Kong who could make Lu Hai afraid of him. He must be an extremely powerful person. CEO Gu couldn't figure out Qin Feng's background. Who is this guy? Ha! Don't worry, Mr. Jingshui. Young Master Lu isn't a petty person. He won't look for trouble with you anymore. CEO Gu looked at Qin Feng with a smile. After what happened just now, CEO Gu didn't dare to offend Qin Feng. Qin Feng and CEO Gu chatted casually for a while, and the atmosphere returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened, as if Lu Hai had never been there. CEO Gu and Guo Tao sat together and buried their heads in their food. They were so hungry that they didn't want to talk anymore. Rao Sherman and Ma Xin heaved a sigh of relief. After such a commotion, the two girls were hungry and began to chew slowly. Zhang Kuku had already run to Qin Feng's side and sat down. She kicked her slender legs and asked Qin Feng to help her eat. Qin Feng didn't dare to offend this young lady, so he tried his best to serve Zhang Kuku well. Otherwise, this girl would start to insult people when she was unhappy. Even Qin Feng was afraid of her mouth. Zhang Kuku enjoyed this treatment very much. She gnawed on the lamb chop while her big eyes rolled around as if she was thinking about something. Teacher Chow Feng. Zhang Kuku suddenly moved her face close to Qin Feng's ear. Her oily lips almost touched Qin Feng's face. She lowered her voice and called out to Qin Feng. "Ah! What do you want to eat this time?" Qin Feng responded instinctively. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized something was wrong. Ahem. What did you call me just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Zhang Kuku's eyes darted back and forth, and a strange smile flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she stretched out her greasy hand and touched Qin Feng's face. "Hey! What's wrong with you, girl? Isn't there a napkin over there? Are you going to wipe it on my face?" Qin Feng angrily slapped Zhang Kuku's dirty little hand away. This girl is really crazy. Some of her actions are simply unreasonable. Zhang Kuku, on the other hand, froze in her seat and did not react at all. When Zhang Kuku touched the scar on Qin Feng's face, she couldn't feel the scar at all. It was smooth and soft, but there was no scar on his face. Zhang Kuku nodded and became more certain of her speculation. When Lu Hai suddenly pleaded with Jing Shui and treated Jing Shui like his grandfather, Zhang Kuku had discovered something fishy. She felt that Lu Hai knew Jing Shui and was even suppressed by Jing Shui before. However, Lu Hai only pleaded with Jing Shui later on. This meant that Jing Shui had changed his appearance and Lu Hai didn't recognize him at first. Ever since Qin Feng's clan announced his three identities to the public, Zhang Kuku had purposely investigated Qin Feng's identity. Zhang Kuku found out that Qin Feng had been to Hong Kong not long ago. Hence, she made a bold guess that Jing Shui might be Qin Feng's disguise. "Kuku, are you trying to piss me off? Can you please calm down for a while?" Rao Sherman was infuriated by Zhang Kuku. Jing Shui had saved everyone tonight, but not only did Zhang Kuku not thank him, she even rubbed her greasy hand on his face. "Ah. Oh. I was wrong, okay. Qin. Big brother Jing Shui, don't be angry. Kuku will listen to you from now on. I won't make you angry anymore." Rao Sherman and Ma Xin were startled by Zhang Kuku's sudden change in attitude. They thought that she was possessed by a ghost. Qin Feng was also scared out of his wits. He jumped up and ran to Ma Xin's side. He didn't dare to get close to Zhang Kuku anymore. It seemed like she had discovered something. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when Zhang Kuku did not follow him. However, Zhang Kuku sat on her seat and seemed to be thinking about something. She would let out a sinister laugh from time to time. Her laughter scared everyone so much that they stopped eating. Xian, are you done eating? Let's go back. Qin Feng couldn't stand Zhang Kuku anymore. Every time he looked into Zhang Kuku's eyes, her eyes were filled with mischievous laughter and a, you know what I mean, expression. Qin Feng felt that she had discovered something. Ma Xinxin left with Qin Feng after she was done eating. Rao Sherman and Big Sister Ling were also done eating. Rao Sherman ran to Zhang Kuku and covered her mouth to stop her from laughing. Then, she dragged Zhang Kuku away. Only CEO Gu and Guo Tao were left in the living room. When they saw Jing Shuai had left, they quickly put down their chopsticks. In order to avoid talking to Qin Feng, they pretended to be eating and their stomachs were about to explode. Holy shit! CEO Gu, what happened just now? Why did young Master Lu recognize Jing Shuai as his big brother? Guo Tao had been holding back this question for a long time, but he didn't dare to ask it when Qin Feng was around. Guo Tao was sent flying by Ma Xinxin's kick. He fainted in the corridor for a while. He didn't know what happened when he left. Since Guo Tao couldn't figure it out, CEO Gu was even more confused. In the past, he had never heard of Lu Hai having schizophrenia or indirect neuropathy, but why did Lu Hai suddenly get sick tonight? CEO Gu regretted calling this lunatic over. Not only did he not chase Jing Shuai away, he even gave him a chance to act tough. Lu Hai's plan is ruined, hurry up and think of another way. This movie is about to start filming, I don't want that ugly Jing Shuai to be the male lead. If that's the case, who would dare to watch the movies produced by our company in the future? CEO Gu was very angry. He was a big shot in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, yet he couldn't even beat a singer who had just entered the industry. Guo Tao was also very angry. He didn't manage to beat Jing Shuai away tonight, but he was kicked away by a woman. Guo Tao clenched his teeth and swore that one day, he would tie Ma Xinxin to the bed and play with her to death. CEO Gu, don't worry, I'll go back and think of a new way. I'll definitely be able to chase Jing Shuai away. Then that's it. I'll go back and rest first. Guo Tao and CEO Gu also left the hall. At this time, Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin had already returned to their hotel rooms and entered Ma Xinxin's room. The two of them opened the same suite, but Ma Xinxin's room was already filled with the fragrance of a woman. There were even a few books and some fruits on the coffee table in the living room. Qin Feng, where did you go last night? Ma Xinxin called Qin Feng to her room to ask him questions. Something happened to Leah, I went to take care of it. Qin Feng didn't hide anything from Ma Xinxin and told her the truth. Ma Xinxin's expression turned ugly as she said coldly, you're already in Hong Kong, yet you still care about that woman's matters. You sure have nothing better to do. There's some danger on Xiaoya's side, so of course I have to rush over. Just like if you were bullied, even if I was abroad, would rush back to save you. Qin Feng said indifferently, but it was all from the bottom of his heart. Ma Xinxin originally wanted to use this matter to argue with Qin Feng. However, after hearing Qin Feng's words, the resentment in her heart instantly dissipated and was replaced by a warm feeling. Oh, right, when will Hedonist Sovereign start filming? Qin Feng got to the point. He became a celebrity to complete the system's mission. I think it'll take a few more days. Ma Xinxin wasn't angry anymore. She took the initiative to lean against Qin Feng on the sofa. Qin Feng wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to waste. We still have to wait. Why? CEO Gu said that the female lead, Cher's schedule is too full these days, so she'll only be here in a few days. We'll start filming when she's here. CEO Gu's words were just an excuse because Cher's scenes were at the end. She didn't appear in the first few episodes, so she was dragging it out because she didn't want Chin Fong to act in this movie. Share. This woman is such a burden, Chin Fong complained casually. Hee hee. Weren't you looking forward to filming with the pretty girls group in Share a few days ago? Now you know how to complain. Ma Xin looked at Chin Fong with schadenfreude. Chin Fong curled his lips and knocked on Ma Xin's head. You little girl, how dare you laugh at your employer? Believe it or not, I'll fire you as my manager. Ma Xin pouted. She wasn't afraid of Chin Fang's threat at all. She pinched Chin Fang's thigh and yelled, "Don't you dare. If you fire me, I'll upload the video of you sleeping with me online and ruin your reputation." Chin Fong was stunned. He said, "Do you have a video? Show it to me first." Chin Fong couldn't remember when he had slept with Ma Xin. He wanted to, but would Ma Xin agree? Anyway, I have it. Be careful. Ma Xin's voice was a little weak. She quickly changed the topic. Oh, right, your fans on Weibo are in an uproar. They're all saying that you're going to release a new song soon. Chin Fong had recently changed his career to the film and television industry. He hadn't released a new song for a long time. His 20 million fans were worried sick. They wanted to dig up Chin Fang's family's ancestral grave. Chin Fong took Ma Xin's phone and scanned the comments on Weibo. Handsome Zhang, handsome Zhang. Hurry up and release a new song. I've been waiting for you on Weibo a few hundred times a day. Big brother Zhang, I was wrong. I won't say you're ugly anymore. Hurry up and release a new song. My girlfriend has been in a bad mood because you haven't released a new song. She keeps asking me to kneel on the washboard. There's a kind of handsomeness called handsome Zhang. It's handsomeness that comes from the heart and transcends the soul. This kind of handsomeness will become a legend that will never be forgotten. Chapter 902. Chin Fong felt embarrassed when he read those comments. Why are these fans telling the truth? Ma Xin snatched her cell phone from Chin Fang's hand. She couldn't allow Chin Fong to continue reading these comments. Chin Fong was already narcissistic enough. What would happen if he became even more narcissistic? If you have time, go record your song. What's so interesting about these serious and nonsensical comments? They're all lies. Hey! What are you talking about? They're telling the truth. How are they lying? Chin Fong was displeased. They're lying. Stop being so narcissistic. Hurry up and record your song. Ma Xin refused to admit Chin Fang's handsomeness. She realized that Jing Shuai's face had a different kind of handsomeness after looking at him for a long time. Chin Fong knew Ma Xin was jealous that he had more and more female fans, so he didn't expose her. I'm too lazy to sing. Why don't you upload the duet with Sherman that night? Oh, right. I almost forgot about that precious video. Ma Xin became excited when she thought of the duet. Chin Fong wanted to sleep in Ma Xin's room, but he was mercilessly chased out by Ma Xin. The night passed peacefully. Since Shuai was absent, the movie Hedonist Sovereign couldn't be filmed for the time being. Therefore, Chin Fong and the beauty duo had nothing to do. Early in the morning, everyone slept in. Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku hadn't had this much free time in a long time. Ma Xin's stomach growled when she woke up. She hastily put on her clothes and went out to have breakfast with Chin Fong. Ouch! Ma Xin heard a blood-curdling scream before she took a few steps out of the door. She seemed to have knocked someone over because she was walking too fast. Damn you! Don't you see where you're going? Fuck, it's a fat pig. How unlucky I am to be knocked over by a fat pig so early in the morning. The man on the ground was none other than Guo. He crawled up from the ground and cursed incessantly. Last night, President Gu asked Guo to come up with another plan. Guo thought for a whole night, but he couldn't come up with a better idea. He stayed in the hotel to observe Jing Shuai's movements and search for a chance to chase Jing Shuai away. At this time, Guo also woke up to eat. He didn't expect to be knocked over by an ugly woman who was as fat as a mountain. Ma Xinxin was very angry. Guo actually dared to call her a fat pig. Ma Xinxin was about to refute Guo, but she suddenly swallowed her words. Ma Xinxin seemed to have realized something and hurriedly looked at her own body. Ah ah ah, Ma Xinxin screamed in fright at the sight of her fat body. Before coming to Hong Kong, Ma Xinxin and Qin Feng lived together. Every morning, Ma Xinxin didn't need to worry. Qin Feng would come to kiss her and help her absorb the poisonous gas in her body. Now that they suddenly came to Hong Kong and lived separately, Ma Xinxin had forgotten about this matter. Holy shit! What the hell are you shouting for, you fat pig? You scared me to death. Don't say that I took advantage of you. Do you think I'm blind? Guo's eyes widened. He was afraid that the woman in front of him was a professional scammer. If she really framed him for taking advantage of her, Guo would definitely kill Ma Xinxin. Ma Xinxin sent Guo flying with a kick last night, but now she didn't have the confidence. Ma Xinxin, who suddenly became fat, felt inferior. She forgot to take care of Guo. Now, she wanted to dig a hole and hide. What if Guo recognized her as Ma Xinxin? What would she do? If news of this spread to the pretty young ladies group in Chairman Gu, would they laugh at him and Qin Feng? Would Qin Feng really abandon her in a fit of anger? Why, you can't call me a fat pig. I am not a fat pig. Ma Xinxin felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Ah! You're a big and sturdy man, aren't you a fat pig? Calling you a fat pig is already praising you. How can a woman like you have the confidence to survive? Seeing you makes me nauseous. I don't even want to eat breakfast. Guo had been unlucky recently. He was beaten by Jing Shuai and then Ma Xinxin. He had a belly full of anger, and now he vented it all in front of this strange woman. It felt great. When Ma Xinxin heard the word fat pig, she was angry and worried. However, she didn't have the courage to continue arguing with Guo. She immediately lowered her head and ran out. After running 2 steps, Ma Xinxin bumped into another man's embrace. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean it. I'll be leaving first. Ma Xinxin didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and ran again. In the end, the other person pulled Ma Xinxin into his embrace. Ma Xinxin was so scared that she immediately looked up. Qin. Jing Shuai. Seeing the person, Ma Xinxin cried out in surprise. Her worries and grievances settled down in an instant. Qin Feng hugged Ma Xinxin's shoulders and patted her head. His gaze fell on Guo's face with a trace of coldness. What did you just call her? Qin Feng's voice seemed to come from hell. Guo was so scared that his entire body trembled. He almost knelt on the ground, but he quickly calmed down. Seeing Jing Shuai hugging a big fat pig, Guo's eyes flashed with an evil smile. Guo was worried about not being able to find a chance to chase Jing Shuai away. At this moment, he suddenly saw an opportunity. I just said this woman is fat like a fat pig. What did I say wrong? Guo smiled and looked at Qin Feng. Ma Xinxin's body trembled in Qin Feng's embrace. She started to want to run again. She felt like she was embarrassing Qin Feng. Qin Feng hugged Ma Xinxin tightly and walked unhurriedly to Guo. Do you know who she is? She's a female fan of mine. Today, she came all the way to Hong Kong to see me. You dare to insult my fan? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Guo Tao felt a bit guilty, but he still pretended to be calm. Ha. So what if you're a fan? Can't people talk about your fan being fat? I just think this woman is fat and looks like a fat pig. What are you so arrogant about? I dare you to touch me. Bang! Without another word, Qin Feng slapped Guo Tao across the face. Guo Tao spun on the spot, and his eyes were filled with little stars. I tried. Do you have any objections? This slap wasn't light. It scared Ma Xin. She didn't think Qin Feng would really hit her. Guo Tao spun a few times and finally steadied himself. Half of his face was as swollen as Ma Xin's. However, Guo Tao's eyes carried a smile. He couldn't wait for Qin Feng to hit him. If Qin Feng dared to hit him, Guo Tao had a way to make him scram. Ha! Good, very good. China's popular singer Jing Shuai, right? As expected, you're arrogant. Aren't you just a freaking singer? Are you trying to act like a big shot in front of me? Come and hit me. Continue hitting me. If you have the guts, then beat me to death. Guo Tao laughed crazily. He didn't care about the pain at the corner of his mouth. Today, he would be beaten to a pulp, but afterwards, he wanted Jing Shuai to live a life worse than death. Slap. Guo Tao took the initiative to ask for a beating. How could Qin Feng not agree? Qin Feng had always been a lay Feng who loved to help others without leaving his name. Without saying anything, he slapped Guo Tao again. Guo Tao started to scream. The scream was fake, as if he was about to give birth. Ma Xin realized something was wrong. She saw through Guo Tao's intentions and immediately went to stop Qin Feng. Jing Shuai, stop hitting me. I am leaving first. Qin Feng grabbed Ma Xin and sent Guo Tao flying with a kick. Grandson, look carefully. This is my, Jing Shuai's, female fan. If anyone dares to offend my fan, I'll hit him in the face. You want to sue me? You want to use your connections to slander me? Do whatever you want. I, Jing Shuai, have a bad temper. If I say I'll hit you, I'll hit you. What can you do about it? What Ma Xin could see, Qin Feng could see long ago. Since he already hit Guo Tao, Qin Feng might as well hit him fiercely. As for what tricks Guo Tao would play later, Qin Feng would play with him. Ha! Good, you're so fucking awesome. You're a celebrity, but I'm just a farmer. I can't do anything to you. I give up, okay? People like us at the bottom of society deserve to be hit by celebrities like you. Guo Tao laughed even more crazily. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was terrifying to look at. Ma Xin was so anxious that tears came out. She stood in front of Qin Feng and wouldn't let him hit Guo Tao no matter what. Jing Shuai, let's go. It's all my fault for causing trouble for you. Qin Feng was almost done hitting Guo Tao. If he continued, Guo Tao's small body would be ravaged into pieces by Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of other people's strange gazes. He hugged Ma Xin's bucket-like waist and swaggered into the room. It's over, it's over. Qin Feng, why were you so impulsive? Now that you've hit Guo Tao, Chairman Gu will have an excuse to cancel the contract. Once they entered the room, Ma Xin anxiously paced back and forth. Qin Feng pulled Ma Xin to sit on the sofa. Without saying anything, he flipped over and sat on top of Ma Xin. He pressed down on her face and kissed her. Ma Xin was suddenly intoxicated. The worries in her mind instantly dissipated. Time seemed to stop. Sunlight shone on their faces. What a pair of good-looking people. Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin were both enchanted. The two kissed passionately. They wanted nothing more than to melt into each other's bodies. Qin Feng could feel Ma Xinxin's body quickly becoming thinner because the white rabbit creamy candy in Qin Feng's hands went from chubby to bouncy. Ma Xinxin didn't resist or stop him. She allowed Qin Feng to dominate her body. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng's body suddenly rumbled. This noise was more intense than before. It scared Ma Xinxin and she immediately came back to her senses. Ah! Qin Feng, what's wrong? Ma Xinxin looked worriedly at Qin Feng. She felt the aura on Qin Feng's body change greatly. Qin Feng's eyes were as bright as the stars. The aura on his body was as calm as water. However, when he moved slightly, it surged like a raging wave. This was the aura of a stage 9 inner chi expert. Qin Feng's cultivation was crippled by the divine dragon, but he returned to the early stage of stage 9 inner chi after a month. He was back to his peak condition when he battled the divine dragon at Mount God Dragon. Qin Feng, who used the poisonous gas in Ma Xinxin's body to break through to stage 9 inner chi, felt his strength was even more ferocious than before. Chapter 903. Qin Feng had recovered his stage 9 inner chi and returned to his peak condition. In his excitement, he suddenly pressed Ma Xinxin down, bent down and kissed her again. Ma Xinxin had become skinnier. Her figure was sexy and pure. Ordinary men would not have the slightest ability to resist in front of her. Qin Feng's movements were very big. Ma Xinxin's skin was covered in a layer of red, and she felt as if her entire body was about to ignite. However, Ma Xinxin did not stop Qin Feng. She allowed Qin Feng to take her and taste her. When Ma Xinxin was fat and ugly, no one liked her. Everyone even distanced themselves from her and attacked her with malicious words, just like Guo Tao just now. Only Qin Feng treated her the same from beginning to end. Qin Feng accepted Ma Xinxin when she was at her ugliest and fattest. Then, the gorgeous Ma Xinxin who had turned into a fair, rich and beautiful Ma Xinxin was willing to give herself to Qin Feng unconditionally. The two of them naturally immersed themselves in it. When it reached the climax, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Qin Feng suddenly stopped. He looked awkwardly at Ma Xinxin, who was in his arms with half her clothes removed. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Answer the phone first. It might be an important call. Ma Xinxin said shyly. Qin Feng answered the phone and yelled angrily, "Who is it? I'm going to die if I call you at this time." Qin Feng was a bit angry. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned off his phone. Ma Xinxin was amused by Qin Feng's expression. The person on the other side of the phone was clearly stunned for a moment, then a thick coquettish voice came through. "Big brother Jing Shui. Why are you yelling at me? Are you still in bed? Then you definitely haven't had breakfast, right? Come to Sherman's and my room. We just ordered breakfast, and we even ordered yours and XANXIN's." That voice was very familiar, but it also felt extremely unfamiliar to Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin. In their minds, Zhang Ke's mouth was always full of sarcasm. What's wrong with her? It started acting up last night. Has it not recovered yet? Are you sick? I'm not eating anymore. You guys eat by yourselves. Qin Feng was in the middle of his business when Zhang Ke's phone call ruined the atmosphere. How could he not be angry? Big brother Jing Shui, how did you know Kiki was sick? Kiki's chest has been hurting lately. Do you want to come and give her a massage? Once Zhang Ke changed, she changed completely. Qin Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ahem. I'll go in a bit. I'll hang up first. Qin Feng immediately hung up the phone because he could feel a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. Qin Feng felt wronged because he had nothing to do with Zhang Kuku. Well done, Qin Feng. You're really capable. You managed to get that silly girl Kuku under my nose. Should I praise you or praise you? As soon as the call ended, Ma Xinxin's eccentric voice rang in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng knew this would happen. He looked at Ma Xinxin's furious expression and knew he couldn't get his hands on her. He was so angry that he wanted to break Ma Xinxin's legs. Xinxin, you still believe that crazy Keek's words? It's not like you don't know her. That woman's brain can be good and bad at the same time. Maybe she deliberately sowed discord early in the morning because she wanted you to quarrel with me. To put it bluntly, that woman thinks I'm too handsome and can't bear to see me doing well. Qin Feng spouted nonsense with a straight face. Ma Xinxin thought for a while and agreed with him. Both of them stopped bickering. But when Qin Feng wanted to continue what he was doing, Ma Xinxin kicked him off the sofa. Since Zhang Kuku had bought breakfast, Ma Xinxin put on their clothes and went to the pretty girl group's room. It's Mr. Jing Shui and Miss Axian. When the door opened, Sister Ling was standing at the door. She purposely shouted into the room to let Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku mentally prepare themselves. If the two girls were naked, then Jing Shui would have picked up a big bargain. Kiki, sit down. Jing Shui is here. Rao Sherman's voice echoed in the room. After a while, Rao Sherman changed her attitude and said softly, Sister Ling, please invite Jing Shui and Axian in. Sister Ling led Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin into the room. The pretty girl group's presidential suite was bigger and more luxurious than Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin's room. The two women were in the living room. Rao Sherman was dressed in conservative black pajamas that covered her body. She sat on the sofa, sipping milk and watching TV. Zhang Kuku was lying on the sofa, playing a video game with one hand and eating a greasy bun with the other. She wore a spaghetti strap dress and didn't seem to mind Qin Feng's presence at all. Sorry to disturb you, Miss Sherman, Qin Feng greeted Rao Sherman politely. As for Zhang Kuku, Qin Feng didn't think it was necessary for him to greet her. Ma Xinxin sat beside Rao Sherman. Rao Sherman smiled and said, Take a seat. We're good friends, so there's no need to be so polite. Ma Xinxin really didn't stand on ceremony with Rao Sherman because she was starving. She picked up the delicacies on the table and started eating. Big Sis Ling was very perceptive. She already went to a room in the inner room and didn't want to disturb their gathering. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the living room and glanced at Zhang Kuku's thighs from time to time. It was one thing for this girl to be scantily clad, but she was lying on the sofa in a seductive posture. Her long legs were kicking in the air, and her spaghetti-strap skirt was already lifted to her waist. Qin Feng couldn't help but stare. Aw. Kuku. Are you trying to piss me off? Jing Shui is here. Sit down, quick. Rao Sherman reached out her hand to pat Zhang Kuku's perky buttocks. Her crisp and sexy voice tickled Qin Feng's heart. Zhang Kuku didn't mind. She twisted her buttocks and complained, Why did you hit me, Sherman? Jing Shui can look if he wants. It's not like he hasn't seen other people's buttocks before. Rao Sherman and Ma Xinxin widened their eyes and stared at Qin Feng. Their faces were filled with strange expressions as if they were saying, So you're this kind of person. Qin Feng was depressed. He had a feeling that Zhang Kuku had discovered his identity. Her words indicated that she was right. Qin Feng didn't dare to argue with Zhang Kuku anymore. He didn't know what kind of shocking things this girl would say when she was agitated. Qin Feng sat on the other side of Rao Sherman. A faint fragrance wafted from Rao Sherman's body. Cuckoo is just joking. Let's ignore her. Qin Feng took a sip of milk to calm himself down. Ah! Big brother Jing Shuai, don't drink Cuckoo's milk, it's Cuckoo's milk. Pfft! Qin Feng spat out the milk that he just drank. Ma Xinshin quickly came over to wipe the table. Rao Sherman held her forehead and had the urge to hack Zhang Cuckoo to death. Cuckoo, shut up. Why don't you go play with big sister Ling in the house? The three of them were speechless. How could this woman be so invincible? Wait a minute, how could she be so big-breasted and brainless? Zhang Cuckoo threw away the paw in her hand and glared at the three of them angrily. Enough. It's all your fault for talking to Cuckoo. Even my boss can't beat you. I've drunk that glass of milk before. Did I say anything wrong? Zhang Cuckoo's words were reasonable. They had nothing to say even if they wanted to refute her. However, the way she spoke was too shocking and difficult for them to accept. There's still a whole jug of milk. Did Jing Shuai drink your cup already? Just pour another cup. As the saying goes, those who came were guests, so Rao Sherman naturally spoke up for Qin Feng's side. Arg! Sherman, you're really a guy who forgets his friends when it comes to love. Have you found out about Jing Shuai's identity? How dare you help him to teach Cuckoo a lesson? Cuckoo, don't you want to live anymore? Zhang Cuckoo bounced on the sofa. Qin Feng was worried that her spaghetti strap dress would fall off her shoulders. What identity? Isn't Jing Shuai Jing Shuai? You're acting up again. Rao Sherman did not notice anything unusual. Zhang Cuckoo stole a glance at Qin Feng. She opened her mouth but said nothing in the end. After the table was cleared, everyone sat on the sofa and ate their breakfast. Zhang Cuckoo insisted on sitting next to Qin Feng. She placed her feet on Qin Feng's thighs and shouted, "Big brother Jing Shuai, I don't care. You've drunk my milk just now. Pour me another glass and feed Cuckoo breakfast." Qin Feng felt weird when he heard Zhang Cuckoo's words. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Zhang Cuckoo's chest. Ma Xinshin and Rao Sherman noticed Qin Feng's wretched behavior, but they didn't care. Zhang Cuckoo was determined to take advantage of Qin Feng, so how could they stop her? Qin Feng's original intention was to have a chat with Rao Sherman. But in the end, he became Zhang Cuckoo's male nanny. He fed Zhang Cuckoo buns and fed her milk. Ah! Big brother Jing Shuai, do you have eyes on your chest? My mouth is on my chest. Why did you pour the milk into my chest? Zhang Cuckoo started to scream again. Qin Feng hastily put down the glass. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He had been staring at Zhang Cuckoo's chest and accidentally poured the milk into it. Ma Xinshin and Rao Sherman shook their heads. The two women ignored Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo. They found that the two of them were a perfect match. One was lecherous and wretched, and the other was stupid. They complemented each other perfectly. Zhang Cuckoo angrily went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Feng thought it was his fault, so he should help Zhang Cuckoo clean up. But in the end, he restrained himself. The living room returned to normal after Zhang Cuckoo was gone. Ma Xinshin scrolled through Weibo and discovered that the duet video of Qin Feng and Rao Sherman posted last night had shot to the top of Weibo's trending topic list. The number of views and reposts had skyrocketed, and the number of comments below the video couldn't even keep up. There were dozens of new comments every second. Rao Sherman was also scrolling through Weibo on her cell phone. After she saw Jing Shuai's post, she reposted the duet video on her Weibo. The duet video became even more popular. In just a short while, it had become the top trending topic on Baidu. Ma Xinxin and Rao Sherman were overjoyed. Qin Feng, on the other hand, continued to eat his breakfast calmly. He became a celebrity to complete the system's mission. He didn't care about the attention and fans. His life principle was to keep a low profile. Qin Feng had been living a low-profile life. Chapter 904. Guo Tao was not angry at all after being beaten up by Qin Feng. Instead, he ran to Manager Gu's office excitedly. "Fuck. You were caught having an affair early in the morning. Why are you so careless?" Manager Gu jumped in fright when he saw Guo Tao's swollen face. Guo Tao was speechless. He quickly explained, "Manager Gu, I wasn't having an affair. I was beaten up by Jing Shuai." Guo Tao still had an excited look on his face after being beaten, causing the Tung Gu to be so scared that his eyeballs almost popped out. Last night, Lu Hai suddenly went crazy, and this early in the morning, why did Guo Tao also go crazy? Are you out of your mind? Why are you so happy that Jing Shuai beat you up? Manager Gu, you can't say that. My beating was planned. I set a trap for Jing Shuai. Manager Gu's expression changed. He suddenly became spirited. What trap? Speak clearly. Guo Tao mysteriously took out a USB drive and passed it to Manager Gu. Manager Gu, take a look at this video first. Then you'll understand everything. Manager Gu's curiosity was piqued. He plugged the USB drive into the computer and opened the video. The video was the one where Qin Feng protected Ma Xinxin and beat Guo Tao up. The video was very clear, and the conversation between the two could be heard. Manager Gu watched it from the beginning to the end, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He understood everything now. Haha. Guo Tao, good job, brat. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer this beating for nothing. Send this video to all the major media outlets and have them denounce Jing Shuai's violent behavior. Let the entire entertainment circle ban Jing Shuai. After this is done, I'll give you a bonus. As a veteran in the entertainment circle, Manager Gu immediately saw through Guo Tao's plan. Guo Tao had purposefully angered Qin Feng so that Qin Feng would hit him. After all, celebrities were different from ordinary people. A celebrity's every word and action was closely watched by the public, and if a celebrity did anything immoral, they would be condemned by the entire society. This time, Jing Shuai beat Guo Tao up in front of so many people. He even cursed. This behavior was extremely vile. Manager Gu and Guo Tao had already seen Jing Shuai's tragic ending. All right. I'll go do it now. Zhang Kuku came out of the bathroom after her shower. She was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown with lingerie underneath. Zhang Kuku walked out of the bathroom with a simple white towel wrapped around her body. She even bent over and raised her butt as she tidied her hair in front of the bathroom mirror. Kiki. Go back to your room and dry your hair. Put on some proper clothes before you come out. Rao Sherman was on the verge of going berserk when she saw Qin Feng pasting his eyes on Zhang Kuku. Ah. Why did he have to go back to the house? Who's going to chat with you if I leave? I'll just do my hair here. You guys can do whatever you want. Zhang Kuku didn't mind being exposed. It was as if Qin Feng was a woman in her eyes. Rao Sherman and Ma Xinxin were completely speechless. Qin Feng still looked like a pig head, but the two girls didn't blame him at all. Or perhaps, Qin Feng was actually a victim. Ha! It feels so good to take a bath. Brother Jing Shuai, don't pour milk on me again, or I'll ask you to help me bathe. After Zhang Kuku finished drying her hair, she ran to Qin Feng's side and sat down. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost poured milk on Zhang Kuku again. Rao Sherman and Ma Xinxin didn't want to talk to Zhang Kuku anymore. The two girls sat quietly at the side and watched the television. Coincidentally, the morning news came on. It was about an alien incident. Ah! Sherman, look. I told you someone discovered an alien last night, but you didn't believe me. Now the news is on the television. What should we do? The end of the world is coming. Zhang Kuku was so flustered that no one paid attention to her. Qin Feng was startled. He realized that the news wasn't talking about an alien, but the flaming golden eagle that Qin Feng rode. Last night, Qin Feng rode the flaming golden eagle to Zhongchuan City to rescue Li Ya. Along the way, many people spotted the flaming golden eagle, and some even took videos and photos. The television broadcasted the videos and photos taken by netizens. Fortunately, the flaming golden eagle was very fast. Moreover, it was night time, so the videos were very blurry. One could only see a flaming object moving at high speed in the sky. According to our radio station's reporter's understanding of the situation, this video was shared by a netizen. At 7:33 last night, this netizen took this video at Hong Kong Bay. Everyone can see an unknown object flying quickly in the video. It looks like a ball of flame. This video has been sent to China's National Defense Research Laboratory for further research. According to the research report, this unidentified flying object is most likely a new type of alien spaceship. Its speed is faster than the top fighter jets. The U.S. Department of Aviation sent a secret message this morning, requesting to come to China to study this unidentified flying object. We will follow up on the situation of the flaming spaceship in outer space. Please pay more attention. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen. You can add our WeChat account. Rao Sherman and Ma Xinxin were dumbfounded. Even Zhang Kuku, who couldn't stop eating stride mall, quietly listened to the entire news report. Qin Feng was speechless. He was about to die of depression. He told the flaming golden eagle to keep a low profile, but the giant bird didn't listen to him. The flaming spaceship in outer space. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the Chinese people's wild imaginations. Xan, Big Brother Zheng Shuai, what size do you usually wear? Zhang Kuku's anxious voice broke the silence in the living room. The three of them looked at Zhang Kuku curiously. Qin Feng asked, "Why do you ask?" Zhang Kuku was extremely anxious. She kicked her legs and yelled, "Quick, tell me. There are only 558 pieces of doomsday spacesuits left. I'm killing them all. Hurry up!" Qin Feng and the others rolled their eyes and almost fainted from joy. Zhang Kuku did not wait for Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin to tell her their sizes. She randomly picked 2 sizes and bought 4 sets. After confirming the order, Zhang Kuku threw her cell phone away. She patted her breasts and heaved a long sigh. Phew. We finally got it. The 4 of us don't have to die anymore. No one paid attention to Zhang Kuku anymore. They left her to her own devices. However, there was no lack of idiots in China. There were many people like Zhang Kuku who were delusional. Ever since the CCTV broadcast the news about the flaming spaceship in outer space, all the major online shopping platforms started selling like hotcakes. It was simply unstoppable. Qin Feng spent the whole morning in the pretty girl group's house. Since Cher was not here and Chairman Gu did not plan to start filming, they chatted and watched TV. Time flew by, and soon, it was afternoon. After staying at home for the whole day, they were ready to go shopping and have dinner. Suddenly, an entertainment news was broadcasted on the TV. Extra large, extra large. We've just received exclusive news that Zheng Shuai, a rising star in the Chinese music industry, insulted and beat up a migrant worker in the Hong Kong International Hotel this morning. According to insiders, the migrant worker is now in a deep coma and is being treated in the hospital. He's in critical condition and could die at any time. Let's cut to the chase and show the real news. The words used in the entertainment news were trendy. As soon as the host finished his sentence, the screen switched to a video. In the video, Chin Fong hugged the chubby Ma Xin with one hand and slapped Guo Tao's face with the other. This video was edited from the moment Chin Fong started to attack until Guo Tao was beaten to the point where he couldn't get up. His face was swollen and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. While Chin Fong was beating Guo Tao up, he was also cursing Guo Tao with profanity. Both Zhang Kuku and Rao Sherman were dumbfounded. The video is the whole process of Jing Shuai beating up the migrant worker. I have to admit that I'm one of Jing Shuai's hardcore fans. But after watching this video, I want to roar in front of the whole nation, Jing Shuai, you scum, get out of the entertainment industry. The report ended. The room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle dropping. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku stared at Chin Fong with their eyes wide open. They did not expect Chin Fong to beat up Guo Tao so early in the morning. Under these circumstances, how could Chin Fong be so carefree and leisurely as if nothing had happened? Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku admired Chin Feng's mental fortitude. Shit! Shit! Chin Fong, what should we do now? Ma Xin was the first to regain her senses. She shouted Chin Feng's name out of excitement. Rao Sherman was still in a daze and did not realize what had happened. Zhang Kuku suddenly jumped up and grabbed Ma Xin's arm. Xin, what did you call Jing Shuai just now? Ma Xin was startled. She realized that she had blurted out something in a moment of desperation. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Zhang Kuku with a puzzled expression. Ah! What did I call him? Isn't he called Jing Shuai? Why are you still in the mood to ask such boring questions? Now that Guo Tao has maliciously slandered Jing Shuai, let's think of a solution. Chin Feng's heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down. Zhang Kuku's big eyes were rolling around. No one knew what she was thinking about. Jing Shuai, what's going on? Who's the fat woman in the video? Rao Sherman came back to her senses and looked at Chin Fong worriedly. Ma Xin blushed and secretly gave Chin Fong a meaningful look. Because of the beauty group's high looks, Ma Xin had always felt inferior, especially when she became fat. She felt that she would lose face for Chin Fong. That cute girl is a hardcore fan of mine. She came to the hotel to see me this morning, but Guo Tao stopped her and insulted her figure and looks. I happened to be passing by, and in a fit of anger, I beat up that bastard Guo Tao. Chin Fong spoke half the truth. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were furious. They knew what kind of people Guo Tao and Chairman Gu were, so they stood on Chin Feng's side. Chapter 905. The assault incident was originally Phoenix TV's exclusive news, but it became the hot topic of all the entertainment channels half an hour later. Divine Dragon TV, Black Turtle TV, Toad TVC, Five-Legged Paparazzi Express Information Channel. Almost all the entertainment channels in the country were following up on this incident. Ma Xin kept scrolling through Chin Feng's Weibo. Within this short half an hour, all the popular topics on all the major websites, forums, and Weibo were Jing Shuai's assault incident. Fierce insults and negative comments flooded the internet. You could see comments from netizens asking Jing Shuai to get out of the entertainment industry if you opened a random website related to the entertainment industry. Ma Xin was so anxious that she cried. She knew she was the one who caused all this. If she could turn back time, Ma Xin would definitely stop Chin Fong. She would rather admit to Guo Tao, that's right, I'm a fat pig. I'm a woman that nobody loves and everyone curses at me. I'll hide from now on, okay? What did Ma Xin do wrong? She did nothing wrong, but she felt guilty. She had ruined all the achievements Qin Feng had worked so hard for. Ma Xin wanted to leave Qin Feng because she felt that she was a burden. Don't cry, Xin. Let those idiots curse at me. I won't apologize no matter how much they curse at me. If I have to do it again, I won't do it. I'll kick that bastard Guo to death. Qin Feng was infuriated, but he suppressed his anger when he saw Ma Xin crying her heart out. He was afraid that Ma Xin would blame herself even more if he vented his anger. The TV was still covering the assault incident. Many entertainment channel reporters went to the streets to investigate the incident. The people who were interviewed reacted angrily, and most of them were condemning Qin Feng. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were even more anxious than Qin Feng. They knew that Qin Feng was tricked by Guo, so they decided to stand up and help Qin Feng. Sherman, I want to make a statement on our public Weibo. I'm serious this time. I'll do it even if you say I'm crazy. Zhang Kuku was typing rapidly on her phone. Rao Sherman nodded and said, hurry up and explain the situation in detail. If one post isn't enough, send 10. Qin Feng felt warm when he saw everyone was busy and anxious for him. The doorbell rang, and Sister Ling ran out to open the door. Manager Gu, Director Guo. Are you looking for Sherman and Kiki? The door opened, and President Gu and Guo walked in with a smile. The bruises on Guo's face had not subsided yet, and he looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Kuku, who didn't mind being exposed all this while, suddenly ran into the inner room and put on a large windbreaker that covered her calves. Hee. We're not looking for Sherman and Kiki. We're here to discuss something with Marshal Zheng. Chairman Gu had already walked into the room and sat down on the sofa opposite Qin Feng. He crossed his legs and looked at Qin Feng playfully. Guo stood behind Chairman Gu. Although his face was full of injuries, Guo was smiling happily. He had waited for this moment for a long time. The two of them hadn't said anything yet, but the women and Qin Feng knew what they were here for. The TV was still broadcasting the Jing Shui assault incident. All that entered his ears were the voices of the people shouting for him to get out of the entertainment industry. Guo, you despicable person. I'll kill you. Ma Xin looked at Guo as if he had killed her father. She pounced on him and wanted to beat him up. Last night, Guo had been sent flying by Ma Xin's kick. He was so scared that he immediately hid behind Chairman Gu. Qin Feng pulled Ma Xin into his embrace and patted her back. He looked at Chairman Gu and said, if you have something to say, just say it. What are you here for? Chairman Gu rubbed his chin and laughed triumphantly. Hee. Sheng Shui, you can't keep your cool. Didn't you just transform from a country bumpkin to a superstar overnight? What's there to be proud of? Ha! You dare to hit someone. You hit a peasant worker. Do you not see peasant workers as human beings? How can you be so heartless? Sigh. I must have been blind to work with someone like you. Now that your reputation is completely ruined, you've automatically breached the contract. Our contract is also automatically terminated. I won't pay you a single cent. You better fucking disappear from my sight tonight, or I'll make sure you never leave Hong Kong. Previously, he did not dare to do anything to Qin Feng because of the 10 billion yuan compensation. Now that Chairman Gu was no longer afraid, he revealed his fox's tail. Hey! Don't you have any shame? Peasant worker. Guo was the one who looked for trouble. He deserved to be hit. Zhang Kuku glared at Chairman Gu angrily and spoke up for Qin Feng. Guo laughed and said, Beauty Kuku, don't you know? I'm a peasant worker. After work, I have to carry bricks at the construction site. Ha! Yes, you have to carry bricks. Director Gua has to carry bricks. Chairman Gu burst into laughter. Both of them were fearless. Ma Xinshin and the other two women were so angry that their hair stood on end. Qin Feng was also angry, but he was much calmer than the three women. Especially when faced with an emergency, Qin Feng would quickly calm himself down and find a way to change the situation. Soon, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had an idea. Director Gua has to carry bricks at the construction site at night. Are you mocking peasant workers? Qin Feng suddenly said. Chairman Gu and Gua Tao stopped laughing. At the mention of peasant workers, Gua Tao's face flashed with disdain. Humph. It's my business whether I carry bricks or not. Why the hell do you care? Don't change the topic. Chairman Gu wants to talk to you about terminating the contract. Hurry up and apologize to me and get lost. Due to the huge impact of this incident and the condemnation from the public, Chairman Gu and Gua Tao were confident that Qin Feng would not be able to climb out of this mess. Fine, since things have gotten to this point, I have nothing else to say. I've long heard that the entertainment industry is deep, and that it's like there's a palace fight going on every day. Now, I've experienced it firsthand. Director Gua set up such a trap just to push me aside. You really are a genius. When Gua Tao saw Qin Feng's dispirited expression, he thought that Qin Feng had admitted defeat and was extremely pleased. Humph. Brat, you've realized too late. You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced. I can kill a row of newbies like you in a matter of minutes. Even if I can't deal with you today, I can easily kill you in the future. You want to film a movie like Hedonist Sovereign with your appearance. Hurry up and scram back to the fields. Gua Tao's words became more and more vicious. Ma Xinshin and the other two women couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Feng paid no heed to Gua Tao's words. He pressed the end button on his phone and sent the recording to Chairman Du. As for the rest, Qin Feng believed that Chairman Du would handle it well. Gua Tao was unaware of the situation and continued to mock Qin Feng like an idiot. Qin Feng was already sitting on the sofa, leisurely eating fruits and watching the news. Big brother Jing Shui, I'll help you get rid of those two annoying flies. If they really dare to terminate the contract with you, then I won't act in Hedonist Sovereign anymore. Zhang Kuku was an impatient person and said whatever came to her mind. At this moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Chairman Du. At this moment, Chairman Du was in the office of Starlight Media Company in Zhongchuan City. He paced back and forth in the room like an ant on a hot pan. Actually, Chairman Du had already seen the news. When he found out about Jing Shui's assault, he was scared half to death. He hurriedly used all his channels and connections to try to block this negative news. However, the impact of this incident was too great. Moreover, Hong Kong's House of Millions media company deliberately promoted it. Chairman Du could not stop the situation no matter how hard he tried. Just when Chairman Du was extremely anxious, Qin Feng sent him a recording. After listening to the recording, Chairman Du immediately called him. Mr. Zheng, is the recording you just sent Gua Tao? Chairman Du didn't have time for pleasantries. He went straight to the point. That's right. You should have seen the video. You know what to do, right? Qin Feng knew that Chairman Du knew Gua Tao. Now that he had the recording, Chairman Du should be able to retaliate. I understand. Gua Tao, that scum, dared to set Mr. Jing up. Please wait for a moment, I'll expose that bastard's plot now. Chairman Du hung up and started to work. Gua Tao smiled playfully at Qin Feng and said, Ugly country bumpkin, it's useless for you to call now. If you want to call people to deal with Chairman Gu and me, I advise you to stop daydreaming. This is Hong Kong, Chairman Gu's territory. Guo Tao thought that Qin Feng was calling for reinforcements, but he was not afraid at all. When Chairman Gu thought about how Lu Hai suddenly recognized Jing Shuai as his big brother last night, he felt a little guilty. He cleared his throat and said, "Jing Shuai, we've known each other for a while. I don't want to make our relationship too stiff. You ruined your reputation this time. According to the rules of the entertainment industry, I can't use you as the main character anymore. You should leave now. We'll part on good terms." Chairman Gu originally planned to flirt with the beauty duo, but the sudden appearance of Jing Shuai completely ruined Chairman Gu and Guo Tao's plan. Now, the two of them had put down everything they were doing. The only thing they needed to do was to chase Qin Feng out of Hong Kong. Zhang Kuku suddenly stood up and was about to bicker with Guo Tao and Chairman Gu again. Qin Feng pulled her to sit beside him and said unhurriedly, "Oh right. Which channel is the main channel of Starlight Media?" Qin Feng was still in the mood to watch Starlight Media at this time. Everyone was stunned. No one could understand Qin Feng's thoughts. Zhang Kuku was stunned. She picked up the remote control and switched to the channel of Starlight Media. "Big brother Jing Shuai, do you want to watch young Master Du's drama, The Most Handsome High School Student? It will start in half an hour. I've been watching that drama every night. I like the main character very much. He looks like the warm guy next door." Chapter 906. Ignoring Zhang Kuku, Qin Feng ate his fruits and watched Star TV as if he was waiting for something. Ma Xinxin and Rao Sherman couldn't understand Qin Feng at all. At a time like this, they didn't know where Qin Feng got his confidence to be so calm. President Gu did not have the patience to waste time with Qin Feng. He signaled Guo Tao with his eyes. Guo Tao immediately slammed the table and stood up. He yelled at Qin Feng, "Brat, are you playing with us? Do you think there's nothing going on between me and President Gu? Let me tell you, I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you don't leave after 5 minutes, we won't go easy on you." The beauties could not stand Guo Tao's arrogance any longer. Ma Xinxin stood up and prepared to send Guo Tao flying with a kick. Star TV will now broadcast an urgent entertainment news. Before Ma Xinxin could lift her leg, the voice from the TV attracted everyone's attention. Star TV was playing an advertisement when the screen suddenly changed to an entertainment news report. This afternoon, the Jing Shuai assault incident that caused an uproar in the entertainment circle has new investigation results. According to the verification of our station staff, we will now broadcast the true situation of this incident. The beautiful host's voice trailed off and the screen switched to a video. The video was still the same one that showed Qin Feng beating Guo Tao up. Everyone, please watch this video carefully. The victim in the video is not a peasant laborer. According to our investigation, this man is Guo Tao, 36 years old. He's the director of Hong Kong's House of Millions Media Group. According to our reporters, Jing Shuai is currently staying at Hong Kong's International Hotel to film the movie adaptation of the most popular IP novel, Hedonist Sovereign. Guo Tao is the director responsible for receiving Jing Shuai. They know each other. However, when the video was released, the director of Hong Kong's House of Millions Media Group said that the victim was a peasant laborer. He's obviously lying through his teeth. Now, let me play a recording of the conversation between Guo Tao and Jing Shuai 10 minutes ago. The video and the beautiful host's voice disappeared and was replaced by a recording. Alright, I have nothing to say since it has come to this. It was Jing Shuai's voice. Humph. Brat, you're too late. You want to fight me? You're still too inexperienced. I can kill a row of newbies like you in minutes. What followed was Guo Tao's arrogant and despotic shout. The recording kept playing, but President Gu and Guo Tao's faces gradually turned cold. The two finally understood what Jing Shuai was waiting for. Why was he so calm and composed? It turned out that this guy had already thought of a countermeasure. Unknowingly, he had dragged President Gu and Guo Tao into the ditch. Damn you, Zheng. You dare to play dirty. I wanted to part ways on good terms, but now you're the one asking for trouble. Guo Tao gritted his teeth in anger. He took out his phone and prepared to call someone to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Ma Xinxin was so excited that she didn't have to worry about Guo Tao anymore. Before Guo Tao could make a call, Ma Xinxin kicked Guo Tao and his phone to the door. Bang! The fall was so loud that the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The iPhone 7 that Guo Tao had just bought broke into two halves. Guo Tao screamed in pain. His voice was terrifying. Manager Gu was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. The TV had already clarified the whole incident. Then, the scene switched to the main street of the provincial capital. The reporters of Star Media were extremely busy tonight. They were all doing investigations on the streets. Hello, citizen. Have you seen the report on Jing Shuai's assault? Asked the reporter. I just saw it. I've wronged Jing Shuai. He's such a good young man. That bastard is called Guo Tao, right? That brat better not come to the provincial capital. If I see him, I'll bring all my old square dance partners to kill him. The woman being interviewed was extremely emotional. Beauty, what do you think of Jing Shuai? This time, the person being interviewed was a chubby woman. When she heard the two words, Jing Shuai, her eyes lit up. She snatched the microphone and yelled, Jing Shuai. Do you have a girlfriend? I'm willing to do anything for you. I want to bear your children. You're the Prince Charming of us fat women. You've helped us regain our confidence. I'm proud to be your fan. The fact that Qin Feng beat Guo Tao up because of the fat Ma Xinxin made the hundreds of millions of fat women in China go wild. They lived cautiously and had the same troubles as Ma Xinxin. They were often ostracized and looked down on. They had low self-esteem and were easily hurt, but today, Qin Feng cleared their names. So what if they were fat women? Fat women were also people, and they could live sexy and adorable lives. The interview on the street was suddenly interrupted because the situation was too heated and out of control. The TV screen was black, and only the fans' chants could be heard, Jing Shuai is the most handsome. Go, Jing Shuai. Ma Xinxin cried while Rao Sherman's eyes reddened. Rao Sherman was also a celebrity. Seeing the fans' support and care, Rao Sherman was deeply touched. Zhang Kut saw that she couldn't watch the TV anymore. She quickly took out her phone and started browsing Weibo. Then, the whole room was filled with her screaming. Ah! It's over. Sherman, our Weibo has been taken over by Jing Shuai's fans. They're all here to support Jing Shuai. They even liked our posts. After the incident of Jing Shuai beating Guo Tao up, only the pretty girl group stood out to support Jing Shuai. Now that the truth had come to light, the pretty girl group also became popular because of Qin Feng. Ma Xinxin and Rao Sherman also took out their phones and browsed through the comments. All the major websites became popular. Some small website servers were overcrowded and couldn't be accessed. Qin Feng's Weibo exploded. The number of his fans skyrocketed from 20 million to 30 million. There were countless comments, over 1 million shares, and the number of views was dizzying. Jing Shuai, I'm sorry. We've wronged you. Good job, Jing Shuai. That son of a bitch Guo Tao, don't let the handsome fans see you. They'll walk you every time they see you. I told you that Jing Shuai isn't the kind of person who acts like a big shot. Do you believe me now? I used to think that guys like Wu Yanzu and Li Yifeng were handsome. But after knowing Jing Shuai, I realized what is handsome from the soul. This kind of handsomeness can't be imitated. You can't reach Jing Shuai's level even if you put on makeup or have plastic surgery. Jing Shuai's handsomeness is unique and eternal. Do you know who she is? She's one of my female fans. How dare you insult my fan? Believe it or not, I'll slap you. These are Jing Shuai's exact words. It's enough to be Jing Shuai's female fan. The comments came wave after wave, and all of them were praises for Qin Feng. Some people even suspected that Qin Feng had hired fake reviewers to dominate the comments. But when they saw the huge number of fake reviewers, they immediately dispelled this idea. How much money did he have to spend? Qin Feng was originally ranked 68th on Baidu's top entertainment ranking. But because of today's incident, his popularity soared to the top of Baidu's top entertainment ranking. Today, no matter if you opened Baidu, Google, Sogu, or any other browser, the most eye-catching title on the homepage was The Whole Story of Jing Shuai's Assault Incident. The total number of clicks had exceeded 100 million. Star TV's image returned to normal, and it was switched to the streets of Hong Kong. Similarly, many reporters were interviewing the incident on the streets. The citizens of Hong Kong overwhelmingly supported Qin Feng and cursed Guo Tao to get out of the entertainment industry. Only the screams and screams of the fans could be heard in the room. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Guo Tao lay at the doorway. His body was still in excruciating pain, but he had already forgotten to scream. He was completely dumbfounded after watching Star TV's report. Click. Qin Feng held the remote control and abruptly turned off the TV. In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence. Chairman Gu, you said that my reputation is bad, but now it seems that's not the case. Qin Feng's voice resounded and broke the strange atmosphere. Chairman Gu was drenched in cold sweat. His shirt was stuck to his body, and the sticky feeling was unbearable. However, Chairman Gu did not dare to move a muscle. The sudden turn of events had caught him and Guo Tao off guard. Both of them were still in a daze. What the fuck? Big brother Jing Shuai is talking to you. Are you mute? Zhang Koko glared at Chairman Gu angrily. Chairman Gu's eyes rolled to the back of his head. Ahem. Ahem. So, Jing Shuai, you were framed. Look at this mess. I didn't know anything about it. I'm so sorry. Now that the truth had come to light, Chairman Gu did not dare to offend Qin Feng anymore. Otherwise, a compensation of 10 billion would be more than enough for him to bear. Chairman Gu, is that all you want to do with an apology? Do you think that I, Jing Shuai, am a pushover? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Chairman Gu and said, I see that you really want to terminate the contract with me. Fine, I won't force you. If you really don't like my role in Hedonist Sovereign, then I won't do it anymore. You have to compensate me. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Ma Xinxin extended her hand to Chairman Gu as if she was going to take the money. Chairman Gu was drenched in cold sweat again. He felt as if he had just taken a shower. Hee hee. Mr. Jing Shuai, you must be joking. How could I not like you? Your qualities are very suitable for the role of the male lead in Hedonist Sovereign. This movie is yours. I wouldn't be interested in anyone else. Chairman Gu was an old hand at changing his attitude faster than flipping the pages of a book. At first, he was arrogantly suppressing Qin Feng, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising Qin Feng. It was as if he wanted to acknowledge Qin Feng as his father. Chapter 907. Chairman Gu questioned Qin Feng's words, but he could only hide his doubts in his heart. On the surface, he smiled and said, yes, yes. Mr. Jing Shuai's heart is as broad as the sea. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your gathering. Chairman Gu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stood up to leave. Halfway through, Qin Feng's icy voice sounded behind him. Chairman Gu, I don't mind if you say it's a misunderstanding, but it's already happened. Are you going to leave without giving me an explanation? Chairman Gu was so frightened that he stopped abruptly. A powerful aura shot out from Qin Feng's body, suffocating him. It was a strange feeling. Chairman Gu felt his legs were as heavy as lead, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Mr. Jing Shuai, how do you want to solve this? Chairman Gu was uncertain, so he asked for Qin Feng's opinion first. This time, Guo Tao purposely set me up. Chairman Gu, do you really have nothing to do with this? You don't know anything about it. Qin Feng's eyes emitted a cold light, and Chairman Gu trembled in fear. Before meeting Qin Feng, Chairman Gu had only heard of the term murderous aura. However, at this moment, Chairman Gu could clearly feel the dense murderous aura. It was as if the murderous aura had solidified. If Qin Feng displeased him, Chairman Gu felt he would die. Under the suppression of stage 9 inner qi, Chairman Gu didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and kicked Guo Tao, causing Guo Tao to shriek in shock. Ah! Gee, Chairman Gu, what are you doing? Damn you, Guo Tao. How dare you set up a trap for Mr. Jing Shuai? I've trusted you and even focused on nurturing you. Look at the disgusting things you've done. I'll stomp you to death. Chairman Gu stomped on Guo Tao and signaled him with his eyes. He wanted to knock Guo Tao out so he wouldn't have to worry about Guo Tao spilling the beans. Gee, Chairman Gu, it's not my fault. And it's not your fault. Guo Tao's bones were about to fall apart from the fall, so he couldn't withstand Chairman Gu's stomping. Guo Tao shouted for Chairman Gu to stop, but Chairman Gu panicked and stomped even more violently. Bang! Bang! The whole room was filled with the sound of people stepping on people. Ma Xinxin, Rao Sherman, and Big Sis Ling were dumbfounded. The situation had changed so quickly that the three women's brains couldn't keep up with it. Zhang Kuku, on the other hand, was not afraid of making things worse. She jumped up and down, applauding and cheering. However, her words of encouragement left Mr. Gu speechless. Oh, oh, oh. Great dog bite dog, dog bite dog. Bah. I was blind to have taken a liking to a shameless person like you. In the future, you better scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you in Hong Kong again. Manager Gu only stopped when he felt weak. Fortunately, Guo Tao was already in a daze and seemed to be unable to speak. Mr. Jing Shuai, I really don't know about your incident. It's all that bastard Guo Tao's doing. I only heard the news earlier and thought that you really acted like a big shot and beat up a famous farmer. I brought Guo Tao here to interrogate you in a fit of anger. After beating up Guo Tao, Chairman Gu immediately changed his attitude to one of friendliness and friendliness. His change of attitude was faster than a chameleon. The women were speechless again. Now that the truth has come to light and Mr. Jing Shuai's name has been cleared, I'm really happy for you. As for that bastard Guo Tao, I'll fire him in front of everyone. From now on, Hong Kong's House of Millions Media Group will have nothing to do with him. Mr. Gu was indeed a seasoned driver with essential bomb in his pocket. His trick of burning the bridge after crossing the river was not subtle at all. In order to help Mr. Gu chase Qin Feng away, Guo Tao had been beaten and scolded. In the end, he was fired. Guo Tao's eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Do you really want to fire Guo Tao? Zhang Kuku suddenly asked Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was very dissatisfied with this nickname, but he couldn't say it out loud. He said in an indifferent tone, Guo Tao is a scum. He's completely against the pursuit and purpose of House of Millions Media Group. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Today, I'll fire him." Before Manager Gu could finish his words, a series of slapping sounds were heard. Everyone quickly turned to the door and saw Zhang Kuku had taken out a fly swatter and was slapping Guo Tao's head. "You big fly! Who asked you to frame Big Brother Jingshui? Today, Kuku will get rid of a scourge for the sake of the people. I'll beat you to death, you stinky fly." Everyone's mouth twitched violently. They were speechless. Zhang Kuku slapped Guo Tao to her heart's content. After a while, Qin Feng regained his senses and said, "Kuku, that's enough. Don't kill the fly and dirty the house." Zhang Kuku was very obedient to Qin Feng. Even Qin Feng couldn't figure out why. Zhang Kuku immediately ran back to Qin Feng's side after Qin Feng said he would stop slapping Guo Tao. Mr. Gu looked at the large fly swatter in Zhang Kuku's hand. He was afraid that this crazy woman would slap him on the head. Ahem. If there's nothing else, I'll go and book a private room. I've wronged Mr. Jingshui today. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight as an apology. This time, Qin Feng didn't stop him. It was not a big deal to get rid of a small fry like Guo Tao. However, it was not the time for Qin Feng to shed all pretense of cordiality with Mr. Gu yet. Qin Feng still had to film the movie Hedonist Sovereign. If Mr. Gu was chased away, who would invest in the movie and promote Qin Feng's movie? The ladies heaved a sigh of relief after Mr. Gu left. The incident of Jingshui assaulting Guo Tao was too violent. The ladies were scared out of their wits. Now that the situation had calmed down, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to make a name for himself. Everyone was happy for Qin Feng. Ma Xinxin had already kicked Guo Tao out of the room. They sat on the sofa and continued to watch the news. The incident became more and more popular. In the end, it was broadcast on the evening news. The program dedicated 5 minutes to narrating the incident. At night, Qin Feng brought the ladies to the same place where they had dinner last night. From start to finish, Mr. Gu welcomed them with a smile. He was courteous and respectful to everyone. He did not mention the incident of Jingshui assaulting Guo Tao. It was as if it had never happened. However, no one saw Guo Tao that night. It seemed like Guo Tao had been fired by Mr. Gu. Without such a troublesome person, everyone was in a good mood. The dinner was lively and colorful. Qin Feng had a great time with Ma Xinxin and the ladies. In the end, Mr. Gu was ignored by everyone. No one spoke to him or offered him a toast. However, Mr. Gu was not in the mood to be angry. He forced a smile and sat with Qin Feng and the ladies. Finally, the banquet ended. The pretty girls bade Qin Feng farewell and left. Ma Xinxin was afraid that it would cause a misunderstanding, so she followed them to her room. Qin Feng and Mr. Gu walked together in the corridor. Mr. Gu was so scared that his palms broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to speak to Qin Feng. By the way, Mr. Gu, it's about time to start filming the movie Hedonist Sovereign. Otherwise, it's not good for us to waste our time like this. Qin Feng suddenly said. Mr. Gu's heart skipped a beat. He still did not want Qin Feng to be the male lead. Ha! Mr. Jingshui, don't be in such a hurry. The celebrity share hasn't arrived yet. It's not easy to film this movie. Mr. Gu used shares matter as an excuse again. Qin Feng smiled and said, Mr. Gu, I've studied the script carefully. Cher's scenes are scheduled to appear in the middle of the movie. We can film the early part of the plot first. When we're halfway through, Cher will appear. Mr. Gu rolled his eyes. This time, he could not refute Qin Feng. Ahem. Mr. Jingshui, it's just a matter of 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, I'll pay you according to your salary. I won't let you and the pretty girls waste your time waiting for someone. Qin Feng could tell that Mr. Gu had not given up. He was still looking for an opportunity to get rid of him. Mr. Gu, I'm not happy with your words. Do you think that I, Xing Shuai, am someone who cares about my salary? I only came to film because I had my eyes on the script of Hedonist Sovereign. I'm usually busy, not for money, but for my pursuit of artistic life. Either you start filming tomorrow, or I'll leave tomorrow. Transfer the money from breaking the contract to my account. Anyway, Boss Gu isn't someone who lacks money. Qin Feng only had 3 months before he had to challenge the dragon god again. He did not have time to waste with Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was put in a difficult position. He really did not want Qin Feng to be the male lead. If he did, wouldn't the most popular IP adaptation of 2016 be ruined? Alright, we'll start filming tomorrow. Mr. Gu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. What could he do if he did not agree? However, Mr. Gu had already made up his mind. At most, he would film 2 scenes first. After that, he would find a way to get rid of Qin Feng. After that, he would find a new actor and reshoot all of Qin Feng's scenes. That's right. The earlier we finish filming, the earlier we can release it. The earlier we can sell the box office. Qin Feng laughed. Mr. Gu was filled with disdain. You want to sell the box office with your looks? You made a good idol drama into a horror film. However, Mr. Gu did not dare to say this in front of Qin Feng. He laughed and said, "Ah. That's right. I believe that with Mr. Xing Shuai's current fame, once this drama is released, it will set a new record in China's box office." That's true, that's true. Oh right, I've seen the script. The first scene has a bed scene. This bed scene doesn't seem very good. Qin Feng suddenly brought up the topic of the script. The bed scene was what he was most concerned about. Mr. Gu was about to bring up this matter. How could he let Qin Feng film the bed scene? Wouldn't that be pushing the beautiful girls into the fire pit? Chairman Gu planned to take advantage of this filming opportunity to get the 2 women into bed. If Qin Feng shot the bed scene first, Chairman Gu might not have the appetite to make a move on the beauties. Mr. Xing Shuai is indeed a gentleman. Since you don't want to film the bed scene, I'll get the production department to change the script, Mr. Gu said decisively. Qin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, no. Mr. Gu, you've misunderstood me. I just feel that the bed scene is only set for 10 minutes. Isn't that too short? How can it reflect my power and masculinity? Mr. Gu was stunned. His brain couldn't process what Qin Feng was saying. He instinctively asked, "Then how long do you plan to film?" "At least 45 minutes. That's just enough for one class." Mr. Gu rolled his eyes and nearly fainted from anger. 45 minutes was just enough for half of the movie. You want me to use half of the movie's time for your bed scene? The SRFT will kill me. Chapter 908. Qin Feng was skilled, had a mysterious identity, and was a strange person. President Gu could not win against Qin Feng, so he had to compromise with Qin Feng for the time being. Cher hadn't arrived yet, but at Qin Feng's request, Hedonist Sovereign officially began filming. The filming location was in the suburbs of Hong Kong, and the first scene was a scene of the hero saving a damsel in distress and a sex scene. This was Qin Feng's first time acting in a movie. He rushed to the theater with the pretty girl group and Ma Xin early in the morning. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he saw the rows of beautiful women standing around him. After all, these women were the female leads of Hedonist Sovereign. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku wore sunglasses and sun hats. Sister Ling was responsible for holding umbrellas for them. Zhang Kuku found a pair of men's sunglasses and insisted on letting Qin Feng wear them. Ma Xinxin followed Qin Feng and held the umbrellas for him. The three of them looked like superstars. As soon as they arrived at the theater, everyone turned to look at them. Ha! The three of you are finally here. The other supporting roles are ready, and we can start shooting at any time. President Gu was personally responsible for the filming of the movie after Guo Tao was fired. After all, Hedonist Sovereign was President Gu's most popular IP work this year. He was very concerned about the effects and quality of this movie. The second and third-rate actors were envious of President Gu because the pretty girl group was a rising star in the Chinese music industry. Many people in the theater did not even know them. However, the moment they saw Qin Feng, the crowd went wild. Zheng Shuai's assault incident had caused a huge uproar yesterday. No one expected that Zheng Shuai would appear in the theater today. When they found out that the male lead of Hedonist Sovereign was Qin Feng, everyone's expression changed, and the atmosphere became strange. Qin Feng ignored everyone's strange gazes and paid no attention to their discussion. He looked at President Gu and said with a smile, "President Gu, you should have done what we agreed on last night, right?" Qin Feng spoke in code and acted mysteriously. Ma Xinxin and the other two women looked at Qin Feng and President Gu in confusion. They had no idea what kind of shady deal they were making. Chairman Gu's mouth twitched. He originally thought that Qin Feng would forget about this after a night of sleep. However, it seemed that this brat most likely wanted to play the male lead because there were many female leads in this movie and there were plenty of sex scenes. Hee hee. Mr. Zheng Shuai, don't worry. I've increased the original 10 minutes to 20 minutes. Are you satisfied now? Only 20 minutes. Sigh. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. He was obviously dissatisfied. Chairman Gu wanted nothing more than to slap Qin Feng to death. Do you want to put on a 100-minute bed scene? I'll just turn the whole movie into an AV, Brother Zheng Shuai. What are you guys talking about? 10 minutes 1 minute, 20 minutes the next. What are you going to do? Zhang Kuku stuck her head out and looked at Qin Feng curiously. Qin Feng blushed when he saw her innocent face. Hee hee. Chairman Gu, let's make it 20 minutes. Let's hurry up and start filming. Qin Feng didn't answer Zhang Kuku's question. Chairman Gu turned around and started cursing Qin Feng in a low voice. What the fuck was this? She had never seen such a vulgar actor. Come. Director and cameraman, please take your places. The extras and supporting actors should take care of themselves. Don't steal the show or act recklessly. Otherwise, you won't have a lunch box for lunch. Chairman Gu started out as a director. After shooting so many movies, he was quite famous in the director's circle. He was the one who directed a few of his previous movies. Since Chairman Gu had spoken, everyone got into position. The first camera cut to Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng had read the script of this movie before. This scene was about a hero saving a damsel in distress. Qin Feng met a beautiful girl group called Cauliflower on the mountainside. Both of their legs were crooked. Qin Feng used his miraculous medical skills to save them from the mountainside. Then, he rested in a small temple. Since Qin Feng was handsome and had an innate domineering aura, the beautiful girl group was deeply attracted to Qin Feng. This kind of brainless and melodramatic plot was very popular in this impetuous and noisy society. Almost every movie made was a hit. Even Chairman Gu had no idea how this kind of plot could become so popular. However, Chairman Gu discovered a strange phenomenon. Every time a movie was missing a bed scene, the movie would fail. Action! Chairman Gu personally tapped the clappers and the shooting officially began. 3 cameras were aimed at Qin Feng and followed him from every angle. When the cameramen saw Qin Feng in the camera, they almost fainted from shock. Chairman Gu must have taken things too hard lately. Why did he hire this kind of person to be the main character? Qin Feng's expression was solemn. He was already immersed in his role. With light steps, he reached the foot of the mountain in no time. At this moment, Zhang Ku's yellow-like cry for help came from above. "Ah! Is there anyone here? Please save me and my sister. We've sprained our ankle. We're willing to sleep with anyone who can save us." All the crew members were immersed in the shooting when they were stunned by Zhang Ku's words. Caw! Chairman Gu was fuming with anger. However, he could not reprimand Zhang Ku in public. He said patiently, "Kuku, you can't say that. This is a movie. You must be more serious and stop throwing a tantrum." Zhang Ku realized that she had said the wrong thing. She nodded and said, "I know." Chairman Gu shouted again. Everyone took their positions. "Ah! Is there anyone here? Please save me and my sister. We've sprained our ankle. We're willing to sleep with anyone who can save us." Zhang Ku changed her words. However, Chairman Gu and his crew members fainted from anger. "Ha ha ha! Superstar Kuku, can you stop torturing your little brother? You have to follow the script. How can you change your lines?" This was the first time Chairman Gu met such a low-level actress like Zhang Kuku. How did she sneak in? Zhang Kuku was immersed in her acting. She felt that her acting was very good. Her expression was on point, and her voice was alluring. It was Chairman Gu's fault. "Humph. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You've wasted so much of my time. You're so annoying." Zhang Kuku reprimanded Chairman Gu. Chairman Gu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He refused to communicate with Zhang Kuku. Action! Before the shooting even started, they had to redo it for the 3rd time. This time, Zhang Kuku acted normally. She followed the script perfectly. "Is there anyone here? Please save me and my sister." At this moment, a silhouette flashed. The main character, Qin Feng, appeared in front of Zhang Kuku and Rao Sherman. His body shimmered with a bright light. "Miss, I'm Qin Feng. I happened to pass by and heard your cry for help. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Although it was Qin Feng's first time acting, his acting skills had shocked everyone. Ma Xin ignored Qin Feng's appearance. She felt that he was shining with a bright light. Even Chairman Gu, who disliked Qin Feng, had his mouth agape. "This Xing Shui is not bad. He has a pretentious air about him. I don't even need to edit the scenes. Hero, please save me and my sister. We came to Wugui Mountain to collect herbs today. But we sprained our ankle. Please take off my shoes and help me massage my ankle." Zhang Kuku was so excited when she saw Qin Feng. She jumped up and grabbed Qin Feng's arm to act like a spoiled child. How did she look like she sprained her ankle? She's even more energetic than an ordinary person. CEO Gu was utterly speechless. He didn't even have the mood to shout, "Caw." After all, they wouldn't need to use the scenes they were shooting now anyway. CEO Gu had already planned to kick Qin Feng out and reshoot the scene. Now, he had another idea, which was to kick the idiot Zhang Kuku out as well. "Kuku, stop talking. Don't scare the hero." Rao Sherman could not stand it anymore. She hastily pulled Zhang Kuku back to her seat. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Kuku. This woman had dragged down his acting skills. He squatted down, moved closer to Rao Sherman, and asked, "Miss, I know a little about acupuncture. I can treat your sprained ankle. If you trust me, I'll take off your clothes and insert a few needles into your chest. Rao Sherman was stunned. She had no choice but to accept Xin Feng's request. Rao Sherman was stunned. Young hero, I only sprained my ankle. Why do you need to prick my chest? Qin Feng realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He blushed and coughed dryly. Ahem. I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. The entire crew was amused by Qin Feng and the other two. How is this a school drama about pretentious idols? This was clearly a silly and idiotic drama. However, since Chairman Gu did not stop them, they did not care about it. As the filming went on, they found this kind of acting style quite amusing. Qin Feng had already removed Rao Sherman's shoes. His hands were on Rao Sherman's calves. Their hearts raced when they felt the smooth and delicate skin. Zhang Kuku was displeased when she was left alone. Hero Qin Feng, can you help Kuku first? I've already removed her shoes. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Kuku and the corner of his mouth twitched. This lass has already removed her shoes, don't worry, ladies. I know a little about acupuncture. I can perform acupuncture on both of you at the same time. Qin Feng's acting was so good that Chairman Gu could not help but praise him. Performing acupuncture with both hands at the same time, and you still have the cheek to say that you know a little about acupuncture. That's great acting. I give you full marks. 2 silver needles suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hands. It was as if they were alive. Qin Feng started to perform acupuncture on Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku's legs. Ah! Hero Qin Feng, are you for real? Aren't we filming a drama? I didn't sprain my legs. Don't hurt them. Zhang Kuku shrieked, and Chairman Gu was so angry that he wanted to scold Qin Feng again. Rao Sherman was also a little nervous. However, when she saw Qin Feng's solemn expression and skillful technique, she swallowed her words. The acupuncture was very fast. It was as if the process had ended before it even started. Chapter 909. Qin Feng withdrew the needles and ran down the mountain with Rao Sherman in his arms. Before Rao Sherman could prepare herself, she was already in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng carried her like a princess. He couldn't help but pinch Rao Sherman's slender waist. When Zhang Kuku came back to her senses, Qin Feng had almost reached the foot of the mountain. She chased after him angrily. Hey! Hero Qin Feng, don't forget me. Qin Feng shouted without turning his head, run down by yourself. I don't have the time to save you. Qin Feng ran with Rao Sherman in his arms while Zhang Kuku chased after him with all her might. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What kind of drama is this? The script was changed so much that it was unbearable to watch. Ma Xinxin and Sister Ling were rocking back and forth in laughter, and some of the supporting actors were also amused. Boss Gu's face, which had turned black from anger, suddenly twitched a few times. He wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Due to Qin Feng's fast speed, Rao Sherman had no choice but to hug Qin Feng's neck tightly. Their bodies bumped into each other from time to time. Rao Sherman was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury herself in a hole. Rao Sherman was in a daze. She suddenly blamed herself. I like Qin Feng, so how could I hug Jing Shui so ambiguously? However, Jing Shui was running too fast, so Rao Sherman didn't dare to let go. If she did, she would roll down the mountain. Quick, it's time for the bed scene. Quick, switch to the bed scene. Qin Feng shouted at Chairman Gu as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain. He was still dozens of meters away from Chairman Gu. All the staff members couldn't hold back their laughter. They laughed until tears streamed down their cheeks. Chairman Gu's nose twitched. He waved his hand and shouted, "Cameramen and lighting technicians, go to the temple. The rest of you, wait outside." The group of people followed Qin Feng into the shabby little temple. There was already a wooden bed inside, and it was surrounded by a straw mat. Some broken pieces of wood were scattered all over the ground, and there were cobwebs on the roof and walls. This was a small temple that had been abandoned for many years, specially chosen for the filming effect. Qin Feng's interest was piqued the moment he entered the temple. "Are we filming a bed scene in a place like this? It's so cool." "Phew. Great hero Qin Feng, you're too unkind. You've left a weak girl on the mountain. What if a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard comes after you?" Zhang Ke chased after Qin Feng. This little girl's stamina and speed were not to be underestimated. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Ke and yelled at CEO Gu, "Get the male cameraman out of the room. Leave the female cameraman in the room. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of the artistic effect. I want the bed scene to be real. Don't try to talk me out of it, I'm a man of my word." Qin Feng listed a bunch of requests, and everyone was dumbfounded. Rao Sherman finally extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks were completely red. Rao Sherman almost ran away in fright when she heard that they were going to turn the act into reality. Chairman Gu had already planned to reshoot the movie after the fact. He didn't mind if it continued to be a spoof. Whatever Qin Feng said was the truth. Very soon, all the men in the temple left, leaving only Qin Feng. Rao Sherman hid far away from Qin Feng. Were they really going to shoot a bed scene? "Beauty Sherman, I've saved your life just now. I don't ask for anything in return, so please do as you see fit," Qin Feng said as he sat on the wooden bed. The female directors couldn't stop laughing. Rao Sherman lowered her head and dared not to approach Qin Feng. Suddenly, a beautiful figure jumped out and pounced on Qin Feng. "Great hero Qin Feng, my big sister is shy. I'll repay you on her behalf. Maybe she'll find it fun and join us when we're doing it." The person who pounced on Qin Feng was Zhang Ke. Qin Feng was almost crushed to death by this girl. Qin Feng didn't dare to mess around with Zhang Ke. If he really pushed her down, she might do something shocking. Qin Feng hastily pushed Zhang Ke away and said sternly, "Go to the side and wait. We'll do it one by one." "Why? I want to go first. Are you looking down on me? How am I inferior to my big sister?" Zhang Ke glared at Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng kept looking at Rao Sherman, but Rao Sherman refused to look at him. "Young hero Qin Feng, thank you for saving our lives, but my little sister and I can't repay you with our bodies. We have to at least get to know each other first." Rao Sherman was shy for a long time, but she finally spoke. "Beauty Sherman, do you want to add me on WeChat first?" Qin Feng asked. "Let's add each other on WeChat first. We'll talk about other things after we get to know each other better." Rao Sherman walked up to Qin Feng and held Zhang Ke's hand. After exchanging WeChat numbers with Qin Feng, she hastily said, "Great hero Qin Feng, if fate allows it, we'll meet again." Rao Sherman and Zhang Ke disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh and said, "It's over, it's over. I won't be able to see these two little beauties anymore. How am I supposed to meet them in the future?" Click. Chairman Gu walked into the small temple and heaved a long sigh of relief. This scene is finally over. When everyone walked out of the small temple, the extras and some of the crew members were still laughing non-stop. Zhang Koku hastily ran to Chairman Gu's side and asked in a serious tone, "What the fuck? Didn't we put on a good show just now?" Chairman Gu's mouth twitched violently. He forced a smile and said, "Haha. Great. You guys did a great job. We didn't even need to reshoot the scene. Haha. I knew it would be like this. My acting skills are top-notch. I've even undergone special training in the past." Zhang Koku was overjoyed. Chairman Gu made a mental note of the name acting school. He swore that he would never hire someone from the acting school to act in the future. Today's scene was finally over. It was surprisingly smooth, to the point that Qin Feng felt a little regretful. "Where's the bed scene? It didn't even start. Thank you for your hard work. Today's scene is over. Go and get your bento boxes." Chairman Gu hastily dismissed the crew members and the extras. He was afraid that Qin Feng and the others would not be satisfied and wanted to reshoot the scene. After everyone left, Chairman Gu cheerfully welcomed Qin Feng and the others to the restaurant. Suddenly, his phone rang. "What? Snow is here. Okay. Take Snow to the International Hotel. I'll be there now." Chairman Gu hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Whatever he was worried about had come true. "Chairman Gu, I heard that Snow is here." Qin Feng smiled. "Haha. She's here. She just got off the plane. Let's go back to the hotel now. We can have lunch together and get to know each other." Chairman Gu couldn't express the grievance in his heart. He had to accompany Qin Feng and the others with a smile. Everyone rushed to the International Hotel. Qin Feng was very excited. He didn't get to film the bed scene today. He wondered if Snow was a more open-minded celebrity. Chairman Gu. When they reached the entrance of the hotel, the 3 representatives of House of Millions Media were already waiting for them. "Snow is already here. Chairman Gu, Miss Snow is in the banquet hall. She just arrived less than 5 minutes ago." "All right. Do what you need to do. I'll stay here." Chairman Gu sent the 3 representatives away. Then, he led Qin Feng and the others into the hotel. They were having lunch in the same banquet hall as the previous 2 times. Chairman Gu had booked the entire place. Miss Schwager, you're finally here." As soon as they entered the house, Chairman Gu greeted Cher politely. Cher stood up and smiled sweetly. "Chairman Gu, you're too kind. I've just finished dealing with some matters recently, so I'm a little late. I hope Chairman Gu doesn't mind." Both of them exchanged some pleasantries. Then, Chairman Gu began to introduce the guests. "Miss Snow, these 2 are the popular singers and beauties in the mainland. That one is the hottest celebrity in the entertainment circle, Xing Shuai. And this is Miss Snow. Snow is the representative of China's youth idol series. Every movie she has taken on has been a hit in the box office." They were all in the entertainment circle. Though they had never met each other before, they had heard of each other's names. Cher didn't put on any airs either. She was dressed in a white princess dress, looking as cute and moving as the girl next door. "Sure man, Cuckoo, I've been listening to your songs. I like both of you very much. We've watched your movies. You're really good at acting. You're almost as good as Cuckoo," Zhang Koku said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. Clearly, they doubted Zhang Koku's words. The 3 women chatted for a while. Suddenly, Snow's gaze fell on Qin Feng. A strange light flashed in the depth of her eyes. She smiled brightly and said, "Superstar Xing Shuai, I've heard a lot about you. You're the male lead of Hedonist Sovereign. I hope we can work well together." If Mr. Jing Shui is free, please come to Snow's room and we can talk about acting. As soon as Shui saw Qin Feng, she took the initiative to invite Qin Feng to her room after dinner. Everyone was stunned. Rao Shiman and the other two women looked at Qin Feng strangely. Ma Xinxin, who was standing next to Qin Feng, secretly pinched his lower back. Who is this Qin Feng? Why does every beauty have an affair with him? Qin Feng felt wronged. After all, he had nothing to do with Cher. This was their first time meeting, yet Qin Feng was confused as to why Cher would take the initiative to invite him. It didn't make any sense. Suddenly, the system's notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. The new mission shocked Qin Feng. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a new mission: devour the Sovereign Superstar System. Time limit: 6 months. If the mission is cleared, the system will reward host Qin Feng 100,000 Hedonist points, a system unsealing tool, and a rare pink equipment lucky draw ticket. If the mission is failed, 200,000 Hedonist points will be deducted, and host Qin Feng will lose the ability to devour other systems. When the system notification rang, Little Pig's shriek rang in Qin Feng's mind: Master! There's another system within a 1-kilometer radius. Qin Feng was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses. Ever since he obtained the system, he had been thinking about one question. Where did the system come from? Was there only one system? Chapter 9-10. There are other owners of systems. How many systems are there on Earth? How powerful are these systems? Are they as powerful as my system? In an instant, Qin Feng's mind exploded. Countless thoughts surged into his mind, but he couldn't answer a single question. Little Pig, confirm the owner of the Sovereign Superstar System for me. Qin Feng hurriedly said to Little Pig after regaining his senses. Master, every system has its own protection and concealment function. There's no way to directly locate the owner of the system. Right now, the Hedonist Sovereign System can only confirm the existence of a system within a 1-kilometer radius. Little Pig's anxious voice contained a trace of excitement. There's no way to locate the owner. Then the owner of the Sovereign Superstar System can't locate me either, right? Qin Feng immediately realized another serious problem. Since the Hedonist Sovereign System had just issued a devouring quest, would other systems also want to devour his system? This was truly a man-eat-man, no, a system-eat-system society. Don't worry, Master. The Sovereign Superstar System is much weaker than Master's system. Although it can identify us, the range has to be reduced to within 100 meters. Moreover, the Sovereign Superstar System can't locate Master. As long as Master is careful and doesn't expose yourself, everything will be fine. Little Pig's words calmed Qin Feng down. Rao Shiman and the other women stared at Qin Feng strangely. Snow had asked Qin Feng many times, but Qin Feng didn't reply. Mr. Jing Shui. Are you listening to me? I really like your songs. Let's talk more in the future. Qin Feng suddenly regained his senses. As soon as he saw Snow, the system notified him that a system had appeared within a 1-kilometer radius. Coincidentally, Snow was a superstar. Could the owner of the Sovereign Superstar System be Snow? Ha! To think that a superstar like Shui would pay attention to my song. I'm overwhelmed by the favor and shocked. Qin Feng hurriedly calmed down and returned to his usual carefree self. A strange light flashed through Snow's beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, Mr. Jing Shui, you're too courteous. You're much more popular than any of us here. It's only natural that we become your fans. Snow spoke very politely, and her words and actions had the demeanor of a big shot. Her every frown and smile was like a spring breeze. Qin Feng almost lost himself in her. Since Miss Cher is really my fan, I'll sit next to you tonight. We can talk more during dinner. Qin Feng casually sat down next to Shui-Er. Shui-Er didn't object, and a sweet smile hung on her face. Rao Sherman and the other two girls didn't know Qin Feng's intentions. In their opinion, Qin Feng's dissolute personality was acting up again. Hee hee. Everyone, please take a seat. It's my honor to be able to dine with China's top celebrities. President Gu greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone took their seats. Ma Xinxin seemed to be throwing a tantrum. She sat with Rao Sherman, Zhang Kuku, and Sister Ling. Chairman Gu sat beside her while Qin Feng and Shui-Er sat at the head of the table. They looked like a couple. CEO Gu, what time are we filming tomorrow? You have to be early. Today was Zhang Kuku's first time filming, and she was addicted to it. Other actors would laze around in bed, but Zhang Kuku was the complete opposite. She was as excited as if she was on steroids. President Gu was depressed. He thought, "Great madam, please spare me." However, on the surface, he put on an amiable smile and said, "Hey, superstar Kuku, let's go with the usual schedule. You have to consider other people's schedule. Not everyone can wake up so early." Zhang Kuku felt that President Gu's words made sense. She pouted and glared at President Gu, but she didn't refute him. Qin Feng chatted with Shui-Er as soon as he sat down. Shui-Er was Qin Feng's biggest suspect. He wanted to investigate whether Shui-Er was the owner of the ultimate superstar system or not. "Beauty Shui-Er, you're as amazing as me. We're both superstars who rose to fame overnight. I heard that you only became famous half a year ago. Were you a student of the National Film Academy before that?" Shui-Er was taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden question. She replied, "No, I'm not. I'm actually an amateur. It's all thanks to director Lian. He's the one who discovered me and brought me into the industry." Shui-Er spoke vaguely, avoiding the important points and dwelling on the trivial ones. "Beauty Shui-Er, you're not a graduate of the National Film Academy. Then you must be a natural-born actor. Your acting is very realistic. You're even better than those who graduated from the National Film Academy. Don't praise me, I'll be shy. Actually, my acting is just a so-so. It's mainly because of the script. I believe that someone else can become famous as well." Shui-Er was very modest. She didn't answer any of Qin Feng's questions. However, Qin Feng's curiosity about Shui-Er grew. This woman seemed to be quite mysterious. Half a year ago, she suddenly became famous all over the country, but she was not a graduate of the National Film Academy. "Don't just talk about me. Tell me about you. You weren't famous before this. You're even better than me. It's only within this month that you suddenly became famous." Shui-Er suddenly changed the topic to Qin Feng. "Ha! I'm lucky that I caught the eye of young Master Yang Ken of Starlight Media. He's willing to support me, so it'd be hard for me not to become famous." Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. Shui-Er's starry eyes twinkled. She smiled and said, "It's useless to just support you. The main thing is that you sing well." "Oh, right, I've never heard of you before. Judging from your voice and aura, you're obviously from the National Film Academy. Which music academy did you graduate from?" Qin Feng asked Shui-Er all the questions he had before. Now, Qin Feng realized how tricky his questions were. Even he didn't know how to answer them. "Ha! I'm also an amateur. When I wasn't popular, I worked at a construction site. I sang every day as I moved bricks. My co-workers thought my voice was good, so they made me a singer. I didn't think that young Master Yang Kan would take a liking to me. I guess I was born with a good voice. Shuai didn't seem to believe Qin Feng's words. She suddenly fell silent. It was understandable that Qin Feng was born with a good voice, but his aura was very stable. He had perfect control over the transition between true and false voice and the sudden rise in pitch. Only a singer who had specially trained his aura could do this. Snow and Qin Feng suddenly stopped talking. The two of them had been chatting enthusiastically just a second ago, but now, they were sitting there like two strangers. As Ma Xinxin and the other two women ate, they kept an eye on Qin Feng's situation. When they saw this scene, the three women cursed Qin Feng in their hearts. This guy must have said something vulgar to share, and she was so angry that she ignored him. The meal was a little strange. Nobody spoke a word during the second half of the meal. They lowered their heads and ate. I'm done. What about you, Mr. Zheng Shuai? Shuai suddenly put down her bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Me too, Qin Feng said with a smile. Would you like to come to my room, Mr. Zheng Shuai? Actually, I like music very much, so I'd like to chat with you. Shuai took the initiative to invite Qin Feng. Sure. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it. The two of them bade farewell and left. Zhang Kuku snorted disdainfully as she watched the two of them leave. TSK. There's a rumor in the entertainment circle that Shuai is a pure and innocent girl, but in my opinion, she's just a coquettish young married woman. Sherman and I are professionals in music, and we're both women. Why didn't she come to us to chat about music? She must have gone to bed to study her body, Zhang Kuku grumbled. Everyone heard Zhang Kuku's complaint loud and clear. Rao Sherman smacked Zhang Kuku's hand with her chopsticks and said, You talk too much. Hurry up and finish your meal and come back with me. Zhang Kuku was not a talkative person, and what she said made sense. Qin Feng also thought of this, so he felt that there was something wrong with Shuai. That was why he followed Shuai to her room. As soon as they entered the room, Shuai's fragrance assailed their nostrils. It's a little abrupt to invite Mr. Zheng Shuai to my room on our first day, but Shuai really likes your songs. I hope you won't overthink it, Mr. Zheng Shuai. Once they entered the room, Shuai took off her red coat and hung it on the hanger. She wore a white sweater underneath that accentuated her curvaceous figure. You're worrying too much, Miss Shuai. I'm here to chat about music. Qin Feng took off his shoes and sat on the sofa. After Shuai changed her shoes, she sat across from Qin Feng and poured him a cup of hot tea. Mr. Zheng Shuai, do you have a treasure? Shuai said she wanted to chat about music, but she didn't mean it. Qin Feng was taken aback. He looked between his legs and answered, Yes, I do. Shuai ignored Qin Feng's gaze. A glint flashed across her eyes as she asked, Can you show me your treasure? Even a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng was embarrassed by Shuai's straightforwardness. He blushed and said, Now. Of course. I love collecting treasures. I like to see all kinds of treasures, Shuai said seriously. Qin Feng didn't expect Shuai to be so bold. He stood up and prepared to remove his belt. Shuai stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Stop. What are you doing? Qin Feng hurriedly sat back down. Aren't you looking at treasures? Shuai stared blankly for a full 10 seconds. When she regained her composure, a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. I am not talking about that treasure. I am talking about something even more powerful. Qin Feng was confused by Shuai's words. Do you mean Africans? What Africans? Shuai was confused. I mean the elephant people. They're even more powerful. Qin Feng said seriously. Shui rubbed her forehead and resisted the urge to kick Qin Feng out. She explained again, Mr. Jing Shui, I like to collect antiques and treasures. Do you have such a hobby? Qin Feng quickly regained his composure. He was just teasing Cher because the first thing he did after he entered the house was to ask Little Pig. Little Pig told him that he could still sense the Supreme Superstar system within a 1-kilometer radius. Chapter 9:11. Hee, so Shui is talking about those treasures. Look at my crooked thoughts. I almost misunderstood you. Qin Feng pretended to be enlightened and smiled awkwardly. Still wearing her signature sweet smile, Shui asked, Mr. Jing Shui, what kind of treasures do you usually collect? Snow seemed to be very interested in the treasure. She kept talking about it. Of course I do. Who doesn't like treasures? Qin Feng continued, my family has quite a collection of jade and porcelain. There's an authentic Tang Dynasty tricolor, and there's also an authentic painting by Wang Yongxi. Shui seemed to be uninterested in the treasures Qin Feng mentioned. She interrupted him with a smile, Mr. Jing Shui, these treasures are nothing. Do you know anything about the ancient martial arts world? With Jing Shui and Shui's current status, it was not strange for them to know about the ancient martial arts world. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku knew about the ancient martial arts world, and so did CEO Gu. Oh. You mean the group of mysterious hermit experts in China? I've heard of their legends, but it's hard to tell the truth. Qin Feng pretended to be shocked. Shui stared into Qin Feng's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, so, Mr. Jing Shui doesn't know much about the ancient martial arts world, and you've never met a real martial artist? Of course not. Otherwise, I'd quit the entertainment industry and become their disciple. Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivation? Qin Feng said seriously. Shui fell silent again. Qin Feng had no idea what she was thinking. After a while, Shui stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Jing Shui, I'm a little tired. I'm sorry. Qin Feng had just peeled the banana on the table and was about to eat it. He thought the conversation had just started, but Shui was asking him to leave. What's this woman thinking? Ah. Miss Shui, you don't want to talk. You can talk about other things. I'm sorry. I just rushed here. I'm really tired. The sweet smile on Shui's face disappeared. Her voice was filled with an indisputable aura. All right then. I won't disturb Miss Shui's rest. Qin Feng returned to his room after leaving Shui's room. As soon as he laid down on the sofa, he suddenly sat up straight. He suddenly thought of a serious problem. Little Pig had mentioned before that the owner of the Supreme Superstar system could only sense other systems within a 100-meter radius. This might seem like a disadvantage, but it was actually an advantage. Qin Feng finally understood why Cher wanted to meet him in her room alone. If Cher really was the owner of the ultimate superstar system, then it was very likely that his identity as the owner of the system had been exposed. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. He had specifically checked Shui's strength, and there was no inner qi flowing in her body. She was completely ordinary. Shui, he. But she quickly, she'll and she. She have Feng. She to say, about Feng, too, and she, Feng, and. Therefore, even if Cher discovered that Qin Feng possessed the system, she could only rely on her own abilities to deal with him. She would never reveal this secret to anyone else. Although Qin Feng didn't think Shui was a threat to him, he didn't dare to let his guard down. This was the first other system Qin Feng had discovered. He had to be vigilant. Mr. Jing Shui, what can I do for you? Qin Feng immediately called Chairman Du. Chairman Du, can you send me a copy of Shuai's information? The more detailed, the better. Qin Feng decided to investigate Shuai's background and see if he could find any clues. Chairman Du's efficiency exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. 2 minutes after the call ended, Qin Feng received a copy of Shuai's detailed information. Qin Feng opened the file and read it carefully. The information was very detailed. It started from the time Snow was in middle school, all the way to the present. Shuai was born in an ordinary family in the provincial capital. Her parents were still alive. They were ordinary factory workers. Shuai's life was ordinary until she was discovered by director Li and Li half a year ago. She starred in a teen idol drama called My Pure Girlfriend and became an overnight sensation. Qin Feng quickly finished reading the information and lost interest in it. He deleted the file because he could tell that the information was fake. It wasn't Shuai's real life. Qin Feng knew that Chairman Du wouldn't send him fake information on purpose. Therefore, Shuai must be the one who faked the information. Qin Feng picked up his phone and dialed another number. Qin Feng, where are you now? Have you solved the problem from last time? Yan Wushuang's voice came from the other side of the phone. Yan Wushuang's voice was indifferent, but it was obvious that she was worried about Qin Feng. Don't worry, Team Leader Yan. I'm doing well. Oh, I need you to help me investigate someone, Qin Feng said. Who? Yan Wushuang was straightforward. Shuai, the most popular celebrity in the film and television industry. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Of course, Yan Wushuang knew Shuai. Why did Qin Feng flirt with Shuai again? Why did he ask her to flirt with Shuai? How shameless could this man be? Do it yourself if you want. Yan Wushuang complained. Qin Feng could smell her jealousy through the phone. Qin Feng was speechless. He quickly explained, Team Leader Yan, please don't misunderstand me. I have nothing to do with Shuai. I'm just investigating her. Yan Wushuang was already unhappy. She exploded, go to hell, Qin Feng. All you did was penetrate her a little. What else do you want? Qin Feng was baffled by Yan Wushuang's scolding. He was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. He was overwhelmed by Yan Wushuang's rich imagination. I'm so frustrated. I'm just investigating her. Something's wrong with Shuai. I think she's trying to harm me. That's why I'm investigating her, Qin Feng explained. Qin Feng wondered what was wrong with the women around him. Why did they all think of him as a lecherous and dissolute person? I don't know. Am I right or not? Yan Wushuang fell silent again. This time, it was a shy silence. She wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide when she realized what had happened. She was so embarrassed this time. Ahem. I got it. I'll send it to you once I'm done. Yan Wushuang quickly hung up the phone. Qin Feng lay on the sofa. He was imagining Yan Wushuang's shy and blushing face. He thought it must be very funny. Soon, Yan Wushuang called back. Team Leader Yan, did you find anything? I've checked the Dragon Gate's internal information network. Shuai's information is encrypted. Yan Wushuang's voice became serious. Encrypted documents were the privilege of the country's important leaders. Shuai was just a celebrity, but her information was encrypted. Apply for Shuai's information using my identity as Azure Dragon, Qin Feng said after being stunned for a while. You don't have the right to do that. Yan Wushuang sounded disappointed. Qin Feng was shocked. As one of the 9 dragons of China, how could he not have access to Shuai's information? What was this woman's background? What kind of identity do I need to have access to her information? Qin Feng asked. I'm afraid I can't. I need the identity of the country's important leaders. I also need to apply for approval. The process is very complicated. Chapter 9:12. A group of mysterious martial artists suddenly appeared all over China. These martial artists were powerful and secretive. They were the outstanding disciples of the martial arts sects outside of Huaxia. Everyone please search for the most complete version. The fastest update in another month, it would be the martial assembly that was held once every 5 years outside of China. At the martial assembly, there would be a freestyle martial arts competition. The strongest person in the martial assembly would become the most respected person in the martial arts world. The sect he represented would be chosen as the #1 sect in the outer martial arts world. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The martial arts circle convention 5 years ago was still fresh in the minds of the martial artists outside. A dark horse had appeared in the competition that year. At a young age, he had defeated various martial arts masters and reached the peak of the martial arts world. The martial arts tournament was about to begin, and all the martial artists outside were restless. Many martial artists from the outer world came to Acropolis City, especially around Devil Beast Mountain. Many martial artists from the outer world came to Devil Beast Mountain to gather herbs and train in preparation for the martial arts circle convention in a month. A group of men and women dressed in brown robes were hurrying on their way. The man walking at the front was in his early 40s. He was tall and burly, and he wore a green robe. Just from his clothes, one could tell that this man had a higher status. Elder Bai Yun, are we going to stay in Devil Beast Mountain for a month this time? A disciple with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks asked the man who was leading the way. This group of people were all from the herbal sect. The monkey-faced disciple was called Bai Wu while the man leading them was called Bai Yun. Ever since the last pill competition, the herbal sect had suffered heavy losses. All the disciples who had participated in the competition had been annihilated. Bai Yao was the son of the herbal sect leader and Elder Bai was Bai Yao's biological second uncle. Furthermore, Elder Bai was a level 7 golden elixir master. It should be known that there were not many pill masters in the entire herbal sect who could reach the level of a level 7 elixir master. Elder Bai Yun slowed down his footsteps and said as he walked, "The outer martial arts circle convention will be held in a month's time. The herbal sect will select a few of you outstanding disciples to come out and train. During this month, all of you must work hard and break through as soon as possible." So many of our disciples died mysteriously during the last pill conference. We must hold our heads high in this martial arts circle convention. At the mention of the previous pill conference, the group of medicine sect disciples began to feel nervous. Even White Fifth became cautious in his speech. "Elder Bai Yun, has the sect master found the mastermind behind that incident? That way, we can avenge our fallen brothers and sisters." "Humph. Big Brother has already investigated the matter." The Verdant sect suddenly appeared during the last medicinal pill conference. They had already set up a trap to rob the participants of the medicinal pill conference and kill them. "The reason I brought all of you out this time is to go to the Devil Beast Mountain to gather medicinal herbs and train in order to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. The second reason is to settle the score with the Verdant sect." During the last elixir conference, all the disciples of the herbal sect had perished. Later on, the Dragon sect and the Martial Art Alliance had issued an official statement blaming the Verdant sect for all the deaths. They had even issued an arrest warrant for the members of the Verdant sect throughout the country. The herbal sect also pointed the finger at the Verdant sect. They had no idea that Bai Yao and Elder Bai were actually killed by Qin Feng and Hua Yan. The faces of White Fifth and the other disciples turned ferocious. White Fifth took the lead and shouted, "Don't worry, Elder White Cloud. Don't let us see anyone from the Verdant sect. Otherwise, we will kill every single one of them." That's right, he dares to offend the medicine sect. He's simply seeking death. The herbal sect is invincible. The herbal sect will become the champion of this martial arts tournament and become the strongest sect in the world of martial artists. The slogans of the herbal sect's disciples were loud and clear. White Cloud was pleased with himself as he listened to them. He also felt that with the herbal sect's strength, they still had a chance to compete for the position of the leader of the martial arts world. Elder White Cloud, there seems to be a city in front of us. White Fifth suddenly stopped shouting and pointed at a wall in front of them. In this era, it was considered rare to see a city. However, there really was a city in front of them. There were 3 big words hanging on top of the city, Hero City. White Cloud stopped walking and stood on the spot. He looked at the Hero City that was dozens of meters away from them. His expression changed drastically. Something's wrong. The spiritual energy in this city is so dense, and there's even a faint fragrance of herbs in the air. It's geographically separated from Devil Beast Mountain by a river, and the other 2 sides are surrounded by mountains. The only entrance is surrounded by a city wall. This is the perfect place to build a base. As an elder of the medicine sect, Bai Yun naturally had very high standards. Coupled with the rapid development of society these days, large rivers, deep mountains, and wild forests have been developed more and more. For external martial arts sects like the medicine sect, choosing a base location has become a big problem. If a sect wanted to be strong, they would first need to build their base in an excellent location. The herbal sect had been expanding in secret all these years. The current base was obviously not enough to satisfy the herbal sect's development needs. Recently, the herbal sect had been worrying about expanding their base. White Cloud did not expect to find such a good place as soon as he came out. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. White Cloud waved his hand and led the way towards Hero City. The group of disciples hurriedly followed behind him. The distance of almost 100 meters seemed like a few steps for these people. Before long, they were standing at the foot of Hero City. Who are you? This is Hero City's restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A group of gangsters from the phone group had been standing guard here 24 hours a day. They immediately stopped White Cloud's group. Hero City had developed rapidly and was now in its embryonic form. The planned buildings and facilities were almost complete. The inside was like a small city. White Cloud and the others were stunned. Hero City was no longer completely sealed off. Half a month ago, it was open to the public. However, it was not easy to enter Hero City. The process was even more troublesome than going abroad. Hero City had its own green cards. Only those who had applied for a green card could enter Hero City. The fee to enter Hero City was extremely high, but even so, it did not stop the people from various regions from rushing to apply for a green card. There were even people who requested to move to Hero City and live there. Su Qin Pharmaceuticals, Saint Medicine Hall, the Yun family's Divine Weapon Hall, the Qin family's Royal Group, more and more famous companies moved into Hero City. In Hero City, one could buy many things that could not be bought outside and obtain many unexpected rewards. Humph! You mortals, how dare you block our elder White Cloud's path? Hurry up and move aside, or else I'll take your dog lives. White Cloud was immediately unhappy that he was blocked outside by the phone group. He immediately jumped out and hooted. The 8 phone group guards at the door all froze. One of them came to his senses and laughed. Mortals. You're acting like you're immortals. Are you stupid? Look at their clothes, they're probably swindlers that scam people for money. All right. Hurry up and leave. Hero City has a rule that you can only enter with a green card. The people from the phone group were too lazy to lower themselves to White Cloud and the others. Because Hero City's reputation was explosive, there were hundreds of people trying to sneak into Hero City every day. The phone group guards were not surprised. You need a green card to enter such a crappy place. Do you think you're building a country here? White Fifth was naturally unwilling to leave. These people usually cultivated in the sect, relying on their extraordinary instincts, they felt that they were superior to others in their bones. In White Cloud's eyes, the 8 phone group guards at the door were no different than a herd of livestock. White Cloud looked at White Cloud's hooting and did not stop them. Evidently, he agreed with White Cloud's actions. The members of the phone group were all hoodlums. Especially after following young Master Qin, their tempers became more and more explosive. In this region of Yun Province, who dared to offend the phone group? White Cloud shouted again and again, and the people of the phone group could not control him. I say, you little brat, you're not willing to leave when I ask you to. Are you only willing to leave when I whip you? A brawny man couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and glared at White Cloud like a tiger watching its prey. White Cloud was so angry that his nose became crooked. These people from the phone group were just normal people. In his eyes, they were a herd of livestock. Even livestock dared to hoot at him. They were simply seeking death. Elder White Cloud looked at White Cloud. Without White Cloud's permission, White Cloud didn't dare to act rashly. This was because the martial arts world had an agreement with the Chinese government. They could leave the mountains to train, but they couldn't attack normal people. You're no match for us. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and scram. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. White Cloud looked at the 8 people at the door with disdain as if he was looking at 8 ants. The 8 people from the phone group were completely enraged. These people were clearly here to cause trouble. The 8 of them shouted loudly and directly pounced at White Cloud. The people from the herbal sect didn't move at all. Their eyes were filled with mockery. No one cared about the 8 people from the phone group. White Cloud nodded slightly at White Cloud. White Cloud immediately became excited. He had wanted to make a move for a long time. Bang! White Cloud swung his fist, and the aura of a stage 6 inner chi burst out. This punch brought with it a gust of wind. The 4 people from the phone group who pounced first were sent flying before they could even touch White Cloud's body. Bang bang! Bai Wu leaped up and kicked out 3 times in the air, sending the other 3 flying as well. The moment he landed, he suddenly pulled out the long sword wrapped in the black cloth behind him. With a flash of sword light, he slashed at the neck of the last person. The fight was too fast. It seemed as if it would end before it even started. The people from the phone group fell to the ground. They hadn't even regained their senses. They felt as if they were in a trance. How could they be defeated so quickly? However, everyone quickly regained their senses because the sword flashed. They saw that the head of a phone group member was about to be chopped off. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They couldn't bear to see their brother being killed. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. White Cloud's expression changed drastically. His sword was blocked by an unknown object and bounced back. A beautiful figure descended and stood in front of the phone group member who was almost killed. The woman wore a plain long dress. The hem of her dress dragged on the ground and covered her entire body. Her white dress was not tainted by a single speck of dust. The hem of her dress fluttered even though there was no wind. The woman's body emitted a pure and holy aura as if she was a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. White Cloud had already retreated to Elder White Cloud's side. He was furious that he had been stopped from killing. Just as he was about to attack again, he trembled when he saw the woman's appearance. He was completely stunned. White Cloud wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people from the phone group were also stunned. The rest of the herbal sect disciples couldn't take their eyes off the fairy in white. Even Elder White Cloud was in a trance for a moment. This woman was too beautiful. Chapter 9:13. Bai Yun had already regained his senses. Even though the woman was very beautiful, Bai Yun was still suppressing his anger. Their medicine sect was a powerful force in the martial arts world. Now, they were being obstructed from entering a rundown city. Who are you? Why are you interfering with the medicine sect's business? Bai Yun's expression was cold and his voice was even colder. Everyone please search for the most complete version. The fastest update. The woman in white gently stroked her sleeves and a breeze blew past. The woman's voice was even clearer than the breeze. I am Wu Axayan, a disciple of the tranquil sect of the outer martial arts world. Because the outer martial arts world convention is in a month's time, I came out of the mountains to gain experience. Coincidentally, I passed by here and saw that you, as martial artists, attacked ordinary people. Your attacks were even more vicious, and you even wanted to take someone's life. How could I not care about such evil deeds? The woman was very beautiful, very delicate, very intelligent, very perfect, but right now, she was heartless. Her heart was free of dust, and she had no worries. She forgot about the past, forgot that she still had a name, Su Ruoro. However, Su Ruoro's nature hadn't changed. No matter if it was Su Ruoro or Wu Axayan, she was still a beautiful, kind, and pure woman. She couldn't stand evil and would stand up for injustice. The people from the herbal sect were slightly stunned. They did not expect to meet people from the Serenity Order. The Serenity Order was one of the 5 hegemons of the outer martial arts circle. Their power was not any weaker than the herbal sect. White Cloud was momentarily put in a difficult position. Although Su Ruoro hadn't done much, he could tell from the fact that she had easily blocked White Fifth's attack that Su Ruoro was very powerful. Just as White Cloud was hesitating, 2 more figures rushed over. Junior Sister Wuxin, are you alright? Why did you suddenly run away? Another beautiful woman wearing a purple gown came over. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Hua Xianyu nervously held onto Su Ruoro's arm with a worried expression. She and Su Ruoro had already become good sisters who could talk about anything. They were closer than real sisters. Senior sister, I'm fine, don't worry about me. I noticed that there was a fight going on here, so I came over to take a look. The medicine sect was bullying those ordinary mortals and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I stepped in to stop them. Su Ruoro briefly explained what had happened. Hua Xianyu's expression turned cold and a powerful aura suddenly exploded from her body, shocking the medicine sect's disciples. The medicine sect can be considered as a large sect in the outer martial arts world. If word of this gets out, it would be a slap to the face. I think this matter should end here. You can leave now. There was a man in white standing beside Su Ruoro and Hua Xianyu. He was the genius disciple of Starlight Sect, Ling Fei. Not long ago, sect leader Jingxin had asked Ling Fei to bring Su Ruoro and Hua Xianyu out of the mountain to train and participate in the outer martial arts circle convention. He wanted Su Ruoro and Hua Xianyu to broaden their horizons. To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate one's heart. If one did not experience the various states of the world, how could one cultivate one's heart? The members of the phone group were dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between Su Ruoro and the herbal sect members. These people were dressed in the style of ancient people, and they kept talking about sex and cultivation. What mortals and ordinary people? Were these people sick in the head? Wasn't the spa a little too professional? The sense of immersion in these characters was absolutely great. If they were actors, they would all be best actors or best actors. The disciples of the herbal sect could already feel the immense pressure. Su Ruoro and the other two were all Stage 8 inner chi martial artists. Their auras were so powerful that only Bai Yun, who was at the early stage of Stage 9 inner chi, could withstand the pressure. Bai Yun was a stage higher than Su Ruoro and the other two, so he was confident that he could lead the herbal sect's disciples to defeat them. However, if they really fought, it wouldn't be as simple as this fight. It would cause the two sects to fight and kill each other. Serenity was one of the 5 hegemons of the outer martial arts world. Although the herbal sect was powerful, they didn't dare to offend such a powerful sect. Bai Yun pulled a long face and hesitated for a while before he said, "Humph. Serenity really likes to meddle in other people's business. I, Bai Yun, will remember this. After this martial arts circle convention, we will settle this in detail." Bai Yun said a lot of harsh words, but what he meant was that he admitted defeat. He only said these harsh words because he couldn't bring himself to lose face. Su Ruoro and the other two ignored Bai Yun and waited for him to leave. After saying these harsh words, everyone from the herbal sect glared at Su Ruoro and left in a huff. Seeing the herbal sect leave, everyone from the phone group breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had to admit that White Fifth was very powerful. However, everyone from the phone group was sure that there was something wrong with these people's brains. They even talked about the martial arts circle convention. This was truly speaking nonsense with a straight face. "Are you guys okay?" Su Ruoro glanced at the phone group members on the ground. Her voice was calm and clear. She spoke to everyone in the same tone. Although they suspected that Su Ruoro and the others were sick, they still saved their lives. The phone group members immediately got up from the ground and cupped their fists towards Su Ruoro to thank her. "Heroine, thank you for saving our lives. If the 3 of you want to enter Hero City, we can invite you to be our guests." The requirements to enter Hero City were extremely strict and complicated. Normal people couldn't enter even if they racked their brains. However, Su Ruoro and the others were preparing to go to Devil Beast Mountain to gather herbs. They clearly weren't interested in Hero City. "I appreciate your good intentions, but we still have important matters to attend to. If fate wills it, I will come to Hero City as a guest. Farewell." After Su Ruoro lost her memories, it was as if she had become a completely different person. In the past, she was timid and weak. Whenever she encountered something, she would stutter. Now, her martial arts skills were superb. She exuded the air of a heroine. Her words were concise and to the point. There was a trace of callousness in her natural and unrestrained manner, causing people to inadvertently become intoxicated. "Heroine, you must come and play when you have time." The phone group members were dazed for a moment before they realized that Su Ruoro and the others had already walked far away. This scene scared everyone. At this moment, everyone from the phone group felt that Su Ruoro and the others were hidden experts. Were they close to becoming immortals? "I heard that someone dared to cause trouble in Hero City. Where are they?" Not long after Su Ruoro and the others left, Longhair hurriedly rushed over with a large group of guards. The Hong Sect's White Tiger Hall's Hall Master Huang Jingguo also rushed over with a large group of Hong Sect disciples. Big bro, there were a few crazy people at the spa who wanted to force their way into Hero City. In the end, they were chased away by 3 mysterious people at the spa. The phone group members hurriedly reported the situation to Longhair. Longhair listened in confusion. He didn't know what these lackeys were talking about. Bai Qing, Zhao Lingxian, and Lin Bei also came. Li Yuchen and Hua Yan also came. As long as they were women in Hero City, they all came one after another. "Longhair, what's going on?" Lu Wenjing asked Longhair after rushing over. Longhair was still confused. He didn't know what was going on. After telling them what the phone group's lackeys had said, Lu Wenjing and the others' expressions became serious. Where are the people who caused trouble? And the people who helped? Lu Wenjing hurriedly asked. Long Hair also didn't know where they went. One of the phone group lackeys who was beaten up hurriedly replied, Sister-in-law Lu, the people who were beaten up already ran away. The 3 people who saved us just walked away. It's those 3. We can still faintly see their backs. The women hurriedly looked towards Devil Beast Mountain. There were indeed 3 strangely dressed people walking forward. The girls looked at the silhouette that was getting further and further away, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Li Yuchen, who was standing among the group of beauties, suddenly had a glint in her eyes. She stared at the silhouette of the girl in the white dress, and felt that this silhouette was very familiar. However, Li Yuchen couldn't think of who this woman was. It was clearly too late to chase after the 3 people now. Lu Wenjing asked the phone group members to carefully describe what had just happened. After hearing the phone group lackeys recount, the women's and Long Hair's expressions became more and more serious. The phone group's lackeys were mostly ordinary people. Even if they had heard of the existence of martial artists, they had never seen martial artists outside of the martial arts world. However, the women and Long Hair had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and they all knew the differences between martial artists in China. China was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Martial artists were divided into the martial artists of the secular world and the martial artists outside of the martial arts world. Martial artists in the secular world were martial artists who lived in flourishing cities. These people were usually no different from ordinary people. They also went to work, married, and had children. Some people even lived with their colleagues for dozens of years and didn't know that there was a martial artist in the secular world hidden among their colleagues. On the other hand, martial artists in the martial arts world were more powerful. They lived in seclusion in the remote mountains and forests. Their main pursuit was cultivation. Although these people lived far away from the cities, they would often leave the mountains and enter the cities. On one hand, it was to train in the secular world, and on the other hand, it was to buy the daily necessities of the sect. The women and Long Hair were sure that this time, the people who came were all from the martial arts world. This kind of big sect made everyone a little afraid. However, Huang Jingwu didn't care. Their Hong sect was considered half a martial arts world sect, and it was also one of the 3 sects of China. Their power was not much weaker than the big sects of the martial arts world. If some martial artists from the martial arts world came looking for trouble in Hero City, Wang Jingwu would tell head leader Impermanence to come and trample those bastards to death. Moreover, Hero City was Qin Fen's territory. If they really provoked Qin Fen, he could destroy an entire sect in the outer world by himself. Elder Bai Yun, I really can't take this lying down. Serenity is really something. They are just a busybody. The people from the herbal sect had already left, and White Fifth kept complaining along the way. However, Bai Yun's face was cold, and he seemed to be thinking about something. White Fifth, go back to the herbal sect and ask my elder brother to send more elite disciples to Hero City, Bai Yun suddenly said. White Fifth was stunned. Elder, what do you mean? Then I won't go with you to train. I still want to participate in the Martial Arts World Conference. I want to win the championship for the herbal sect. White Fifth was only a stage 6 inner chi cultivator. Even Bai Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he said such big words. Hero City is the best place to set up a base. Go back and report to the sect leader and ask him to take over Hero City. I will continue to train with the rest of the disciples. When the time comes, we will meet at Hero City. After we take over Hero City, we can participate in the Martial Arts World Conference together. It turned out that Bai Yun was thinking about the plan along the way. White Fifth didn't dare to disobey Elder Bai Yun's order, so he quickly cupped his fist and replied, "Okay, I will go back now. Elder, everyone, be careful." Chapter 9:14. Ask the Hong sect for help. Cher had already joined the filming of A Hedonist Sovereign. She had only been filming for a day, but she was already feeling unwell. Were they filming a youth idol drama? Wasn't this a stupid, melodramatic movie? Cher was stunned by Zhang Ku's Chinibu acting skills and personality. At the same time, she was mentally and physically exhausted by Qin Feng's constant requests for more sex scenes. If it wasn't for some personal reasons, Cher would have left a long time ago. She would rather die than act with these people. She couldn't even have fun with them. Snow wasn't the only one who felt helpless. Gu Shizhou was even more anxious. Originally, manager Gu had planned to find a way to get rid of Qin Feng before Cher arrived. The scenes that Qin Feng had filmed over the past few days would be cut and res hot. But now that Cher was here, Chairman Gu still couldn't get rid of Qin Feng. Every scene they shot now cost a lot of money. When the time came, they would have to reshoot every scene, and the investment would double. Just thinking about it made Chairman Gu's heart ache. It was already the 4th day of filming. The crew and more than 20 supporting actresses were already in place. Zhang Ku was addicted to filming. The more she filmed, the more excited she felt. "Mr. Gu, what are we shooting today?" Zhang Ku looked at Mr. Gu excitedly. Manager Gu's heart was bleeding, but he still put on a smile and said, "Superstar Ku, you have to read the script yourself. You have to act according to the script." Manager Gu was speechless at Zhang Ku's character of always improvising on the spot. Zhang Ku pursed her lips and grumbled, "I've been reading the script every night after dinner. I've been reading it until late at night. What's wrong? Did I not follow the script for the past 3 days?" Zhang Ku spoke as if she was telling the truth, as if she had really studied the script. Mr. Gu rolled his eyes. He didn't know how to answer Zhang Ku. "You didn't follow the script. You're acting out a completely different show," Mr. Gu said with a smile. "Haha. Big star Kiki acted really well. I was just casually saying. Today, we're going to film a scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress." Since they would have to reshoot the scenes later on, Mr. Gu did not want to argue with Zhang Ku. All the women were speechless. Was it going to be a hero saving the beauty again? The scenes from the first 3 days were all about the hero saving the damsel in distress. How melodramatic was this script? President Gu could see everyone's reaction and he felt a little awkward. However, people nowadays love to watch such melodramatic dramas. What could he do? Today's hero saving the damsel in distress is slightly different. In the past 3 days, the hero saved the damsel in distress by spraining his ankle, spraining his waist, or suffering from hand cramps. Today, there really is a villain. The protagonist is going to beat up the bully and win the damsel in distress. Mr. Gu said. Good. Good. Let's get started then. Let Brother Jing Shui chase away the bad guys and carry me back. Zhang Ku did not care about the plot. She just needed to act. Cough cough. Snow has more scenes today. The person Jing Shui wants to save is also Snow. Mr. Gu did not dare to let Zhang Ku act. Otherwise, the scene would collapse again. Zhang Ku pouted unhappily, but she did not say anything. After all, Zhang Ku had snatched all the scenes from the other supporting actresses 3 days ago. It was not appropriate for her to snatch Snow's scene since Snow was the female lead. Snow stood at the side listlessly. She was not looking forward to today's scene. Mr. Gu had been looking for an opportunity to chase Qin Feng away. His eyes darted around and he suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Hee hee. Today's scene is about beating up the bully. To make the plot more realistic, I plan to shoot this scene on Hong Kong's pedestrian street. I'll hire some extras to play the role of the bully. Mr. Jing Shuai will beat up the bully and win Snow's heart. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Manager Gu's suggestion was not bad, and everyone agreed. Hence, the group of people boarded a dozen or so MPVs and drove to Hong Kong's pedestrian street. Qin Feng and the women sat in the same car. Zhang Kuku was the only one in the car who chattered non-stop like a little bird. Everyone else was looking at the scenery outside the car window and ignored Zhang Kuku. Qin Feng purposely sat together with Snow. After a few days of observation, Qin Feng discovered that the Hedonist sovereign system could sense the existence of the sovereign superstar system whenever he was with Snow. Last night, Qin Feng purposely left Snow's side and went to a place 1 kilometer away from her. Thus, the Hedonist sovereign system could no longer sense the existence of the sovereign superstar system. The two of them sat together in silence. Ever since Shuai suddenly asked him to leave that night, she didn't pay much attention to Qin Feng. Every time Qin Feng got close to her, he could feel that Shuai was nervous and vigilant, as if she was constantly on guard against him. Mr. Gu was sitting in the lead car. He was making a call on his cell phone. Yo! Oh, it's you, Mr. Gu. Why are you calling me? A frivolous laughter came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Gu laughed and said, Brother Long, we're shooting a movie and we're in need of some extras. I wonder if you're willing to bring some people over to help out. The price is negotiable. What movie are you shooting? My brothers are all hooligans. How can they help you? Brother Long sounded doubtful. He had never seen Mr. Gu asking him to shoot a movie before. To tell you the truth, Brother Long, the main character is going to be a hero saving the damsel in distress. He needs to chase away some hooligans. Brother Long, since you're all professional hooligans, you should be able to act as yourself. I'm sure you'll be more professional than those extras. Brother Long was one of the underlings of Hong's sect. Hong's sect controlled Hong's sect's underworld. Mr. Gu's new plan was to hire people from Hong's sect to act as hooligans. Once Xing Shuai offended these hooligans, it would be equivalent to offending Hong's sect. Xing Shuai wouldn't even know how he died. Fuck. You want us to act as hooligans and get beaten up? Why the fuck are you insulting me? Brother Long was infuriated and yelled into the phone. Brother Long's position in Hong's sect was not even worth mentioning. His status was not even 1/10 of Mr. Gu's. However, he dared to yell at Mr. Gu because he was a member of Hong's sect. Hong's sect's position in Hong's sect was unrivaled. It was like the divine dragon's position in the hearts of the martial artists in the secular world. Mr. Gu broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Brother Long, don't be angry. I was just asking casually. We're just filming. We won't really let the main character beat you guys up. Before Mr. Gu could finish, Brother Long interrupted impatiently. Whether it's real or fake, I can't afford to embarrass myself. Seeing that his plan was foiled before it even started, Mr. Gu felt helpless. All right then. I'm sorry to disturb you, Brother Long. I wanted to give you and your brothers 10,000 a day, but since Brother Long doesn't agree, forget it. Mr. Gu was about to hang up when Brother Long's anxious voice came from the phone. That. Mr. Gu, are we only filming for today? Aw. It shouldn't take a day. It should be done in the morning. Mr. Gu didn't understand what Brother Long meant. Fine. Who asked my Brother Long to be so loyal to his friends? Since Boss Goot specifically called me, it's not right for me to not show up. How many hooligans do you have on your side? Is it enough if I call 1,000? Mr. Gu was shocked. 1,000 hooligans for an anti-Japanese film. No, it's not that many. Just 10 will be enough. Isn't 10 too few? How about this? I'll call 20 people. I'll be there in a minute. 20 people meant 200,000. Brother Long was ecstatic. He had already thought about it. He would tell his brothers that each person would get 1,000 a day, and he would keep the rest of the money. Mr. Gu didn't care about 200,000. As long as he could chase Qin Feng away, he was willing to spend 2 million. Brother Long, we're filming at the pedestrian walkway. The crew will be here soon. We're waiting for you. Okay, I'll set off now. Brother Long was even more anxious than Mr. Gu. How could he not be anxious? An idiot wanted to give him 200,000. Brother Long couldn't wait to get on a plane. After hanging up, Mr. Gu was overjoyed. With the help of the Hong Triad's hooligans, he only needed to provoke the relationship between Jing Shuai and Brother Long, and Jing Shuai would definitely be kicked out of Hong Kong. More than a dozen cars drove to the entrance of the pedestrian walkway. A group of workers carried cameras and various props out of the cars. Qin Feng, Rao Sherman, and the other women were the last to get out of the car. 6 bodyguards dressed in black surrounded them to ensure their safety. This huge scene instantly attracted the attention of the pedestrians. This was the busiest pedestrian street in Hong Kong. There were people coming and going on the street. In a short while, the surrounding area was completely blocked. Wow! That's the popular Chinese pop group, Pretty Girls. That girl in the sunglasses and white princess dress is Cher, right? Her film, My Pure Girlfriend, is so good. I've watched it 6 times, but it's still not enough. Ah. Xing Shuai, Xing Shuai. That's Xing Shuai. Where's Xing Shuai? Is there really Xing Shuai? I'm Xing Shuai's diehard fan. I want his autograph. Sign it on my bra. Soon, someone recognized Qin Feng and the girls, and the crowd went into an uproar. Qin Feng had just become famous a few days ago, and the incident of Xing Shuai's assault did not die down. Instead, it became more and more serious. Qin Feng was wrongly accused, and now, his name was cleared. Many fans felt remorseful because they had wronged Qin Feng in the beginning and even said some harsh words. When they found out that Qin Feng was trying to protect his fans and that it was Guo Tao who dug a hole for Qin Feng, these fans became super loyal fans. They swore to follow Qin Feng for the rest of their lives. Chapter 9:15. Ao Shaowan is here. Wow! Why were there so many people here just to watch Kiki act? I'm almost embarrassed. Qin Feng and the others were a little worried when they saw so many fans surrounding them. Zhang Kuku was the only one who clapped and cheered excitedly. Rao Sherman couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Zhang Kuku's arm to stop her from jumping around. Quiet down. These are all people who are here to shop. Who's here to watch you put on a show? Do you still want to live? Zhang Kuku was displeased. She rolled her eyes at Rao Sherman. Humph. I know you're jealous that my acting is better than yours. If saying this will make you feel better, then continue. Zhang Kuku spoke with a straight face. Rao Sherman rolled her eyes. CEO Gu, are we really going to shoot it on pedestrian street? There are so many people, will there be any safety hazards? Cher had already given up on Hedonist Sovereign's movie. Now that she saw so many fans gathered, Cher was even more worried. Manager Gu didn't expect the fans to be so crazy. In fact, most of them were Xing Shuai's fans, because the surrounding screams were all shouting Xing Shuai's name. Although he was worried, Boss Gu had no other way out. He had already called Brother Long and arranged to film at the pedestrian street. If he were to leave now and Brother Long couldn't find Boss Goo when he arrived, he would definitely chase Boss Goo to House of Millions Media and hack him to death. Hee hee. Big celebrities, since you're all here, let's finish filming before you leave. These people are your fans, I believe they won't mess around, President Goo comforted everyone. Qin Feng and Zhang Kukuk did not mind, but Rao Sherman and Shuai were a little worried. However, they could not do anything since CEO Goo had spoken. Shuai said helplessly, then let's hurry up and leave as soon as possible. Mr. Goo tiptoed to look at the entrance and said awkwardly, hee hee. Superstar Shuai, let's wait a little longer. Those gangster extras are on their way. When they arrive, we'll start filming immediately. After finding out that they still had to wait for someone, Cher was somewhat unhappy. In order to prevent any hidden dangers, Cher and the beautiful young lady duo hid in the car. However, Qin Feng didn't mind. He continued to stand outside and bask in the sun. The crew members had all become security guards, surrounding the perimeter and blocking the enthusiastic fans outside. CEO Goo kept looking around anxiously. Jing Shuai, I love you. Let me in, Jing Shuai is my husband. Jing Shuai, are you going to film here? What kind of movie is this? I'll go to the cinema to support you. The fans did not disperse even after a long time. Instead, they gathered more and more. Qin Feng did not put on any airs of a superstar. He stood outside and interacted with the fans from time to time. Hey! You're not allowed to go in. Get out of here. A slender and sexy beauty rushed into the protective circle while the crew wasn't paying attention. The assistant director immediately pointed at the woman and scolded her. Halfway through his scolding, Qin Feng slapped the assistant director's shoulder, numbing half of the assistant director's arm. Why the hell are you yelling at my female fan? Believe it or not, I'll send you flying with a kick. Qin Feng glared at the assistant director. A domineering aura exploded from his body, scaring the assistant director into running away. This scene caused the surrounding fans to go wild. The female fan who rushed in was so excited that she almost flew into the air and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Jing Shuai, I want your autograph. Ma Xinxin stood with Qin Feng outside. Seeing the female fan hugging Qin Feng so tightly, Ma Xinxin felt a pang of jealousy. Sure, where should I sign it? Qin Feng smiled. The female fan thought for a while and suddenly took off her jacket. Then, she unbuttoned her shirt and said, I'll sign it here. I won't bathe for a week, so you'll stay in my cleavage every day. Qin Feng looked at the white expanse under the sun and suddenly felt a little dizzy. The female fan had already handed a pen to Qin Feng, and Qin Feng hurriedly signed it. Go Jing Shuai, I'll always support you. After her wish was fulfilled, the female fan was as satisfied and sweet as if she had just returned from heaven. She winked at Qin Feng and ran away shyly. The surrounding fans were in an uproar. The sound of clothes being unbuttoned resounded. The female fans were completely crazy. They weren't afraid of the cold in winter, and some even took off their stockings. Jing Shuai, I want your autograph too. Sign on my thigh, I've taken off my stockings, superstar Jing Shuai, I'm a man, but I like you very much. Can you sign on my chest too? If not, why don't you sign on my butt? Rao Sherman and the other two women sat in the car, but they could clearly hear the tide-like shouts outside. The three women peeked through the car window. Even though they were popular celebrities, they were still shocked by Jing Shuai's crazy hardcore fans. The situation was going out of control, and CEO Goo was sweating profusely. At this time, a group of strong men in black suits and pants rushed over. There were 20 of them, and the one walking in front was a non-mainstream woman. She had a yellow afro, a nose stud, and a lip stud. Her clothes were also full of holes in denim and jeans. She looked just like a movie on the Bund. "Brother Long, you're finally here." CEO Gu's face bloomed with joy when he saw the newcomer. He quickly went up to greet him. The crowd that was shouting and yelling suddenly quieted down. A few moments later, the situation became even crazier. That woman looks like the daughter of the Hong sect. It's really Ao Shaowan. Holy shit. Is Ao Shaowan Jing Shuai's fan too? Jing Shuai is going to dominate the Hong Kong entertainment industry. CEO Gu didn't care about the fans shouting and yelling. He was already standing in front of Brother Long with a smile on his face. Brother Long's face turned cold. He gave CEO Gu a big slap and said, "Are you blind? Can't you see our young miss is here? Why did you greet me first and not the young miss? Do you want to die?" Brother Long looked arrogant, but deep down, he was scared to death. He had brought a group of people to film a movie, but they bumped into Ao Shaowan on the way. Brother Long quickly greeted Ao Shaowan. After some questioning, Ao Shaowan learned that Brother Long was going to film a movie. Ao Shaowan's interest was piqued because she had never acted in a movie before. Thus, Ao Shaowan brought a group of people and appeared here. CEO Gu was slapped in public, but he didn't show any anger. CEO Gu knew that he was nothing in front of the Hong sect. Moreover, he was so shocked that he started to stammer when he saw the non-mainstream beauty in front of him. "And Miss Ao, well you're here too, slap." Ao Shaowan stretched out his hand and gave CEO Gu a slap. In Hong Kong, Ao Shaowan was so capricious. "Who allowed you to call me Miss Ao? Call me Miss Wan from now on, do you hear me?" Ao Shaowan was very angry. Ever since Chin Fong called her Miss Wan, she forced everyone in Hong Kong to call her Miss Wan. CEO Gu was inexplicably slapped twice. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. "And Miss Wan, how are you?" CEO Gu had seen Ao Shaowan before, but he had never talked to her because his status was not high enough. Now that he could talk to Ao Shaowan, CEO Gu was so nervous that his mind became abnormal. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Damn you. I'm here to film a movie. Hurry up and arrange for us to film a movie." Ao Shaowan rolled her eyes at CEO Gu. She didn't want to talk nonsense with CEO Gu. She just wanted to look bored and have fun. Knowing that the person who came was the daughter of the Hong sect, Ao Shaowan, the fans around them quieted down. They were afraid that if they accidentally angered Ao Shaowan, they wouldn't be able to survive in Hong Kong anymore. Okay. Let's start filming now." CEO Gu came back to his senses and didn't dare to delay. He quickly ran to the car and called Cher and the others to get out. The main stars were all in place. CEO Gu suddenly remembered the purpose of calling Brother Long. Seeing that Ao Shaowan was here, CEO Gu was very happy. If Jing Shuai offended Ao Shaowan, what would happen to him? Hee. "Miss Wan, let me tell you your lines and the plot first." Manager Gu hurriedly ran to Ao Shaowan's side. He decided that today he would specially serve this young Mississippi. "Hurry up." Ao Shaowan's voice was cold. She had never been patient with strangers. CEO Gu didn't dare to delay. He said quickly, "Miss Wan, this scene is mainly about a hero saving the beauty. In a while, you and the Hong sect brothers will flirt with the female lead, Cher, and then the male lead, Jing Shuai, will come out and beat you. Miss Wan, don't worry. The fighting process is fake. It won't hurt you." When Ao Shaowan heard this, she was immediately unhappy. What the fuck are you talking about? You want me to be beaten? I think you want to die. Oh my god, I didn't mean that. That's the script. CEO Gu was so scared that he almost knelt down. Ao Shawan put her hands on her hips, pointed at CEO Gu, and shouted, then changed the script. Let the hero save the beauty, but in the end, he will be beaten by the Hong sect. CEO Gu's mouth twitched. He had made movies for so many years and created dozens of IP masterpieces. This was the first time that he heard that the hero saving the beauty ended up being beaten by the villain. But CEO Gu quickly came to his senses. He felt that Ao Xiaowan's suggestion was too good. Okay. Whatever Miss Wan says. Let's act like this. I'll talk to the hero later and ask the Hong sect to beat him. CEO Gu was so excited that he couldn't wait for Jing Shui to be beaten. It would be best if Jing Shui fought back and offended Ao Xiaowan. Then, Jing Shui would really be ruined. After CEO Gu and Ao Xiaowan reached an agreement, he went to talk to Qin Feng. Seeing that CEO Gu was so obedient, Ao Xiaowan didn't bother him anymore. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the male lead aggressively. When she saw Jing Shuai's face, she was so scared that she almost fell. This man looked even more non-mainstream than her. Chapter 9:16. Ao Xiaowan was looking at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng was also looking at Ao Xiaowan. Qin Feng had seen Ao Xiaowan the moment she arrived. Then, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. How did this girl return to her non-mainstream self? Jing Shui, let me confirm the script with you. CEO Gu ran to Jing Shui's side with a smile on his face. The script remains the same. Later, the Hong Triad members will play the role of gangsters and bully share. At the critical moment, thunder will rumble in the sky and you will appear to beat up those gangsters. Then, you will play the hero and save Cher. CEO Gu was in high spirits. Qin Feng did not know why he was so excited. Okay, I know how to act. I'm born with the ability to act cool. I don't need you to teach me. Hee, that's true. Oh, by the way, there's one thing that needs to be changed. Originally, it was supposed to be a fake fight. But after discussing with the people of Hong Triad, to make this scene more realistic, the Hong Triad brothers are willing to be beaten up. You can just beat them for real. It's not your fault if you injure them. I'll pay for their medical expenses and mental damage. Qin Feng did not know that CEO Gu had been slapped twice, so why was he so excited? But now he understood everything. After all this time, this old guy was still plotting against him. However, Qin Feng did not expose CEO Gu. He smiled and said, okay. I got it. Since someone is giving me a free beating, it's not a problem for me to put in more effort, right? CEO Gu laughed so hard that his chrysanthemum blossomed. Ha! Beat them. Just beat them to death. Anyway, I have a lot of money. I can settle it for you even if you beat them to death. As long as the effect of this scene is achieved, everything is negotiable. Okay. With CEO Gu's words, I'm relieved. Qin Feng looked like he was taking it seriously. CEO Gu wanted to laugh but could not. His neck was red from holding it in. After setting up the plot of both sides, Mr. Gu quickly winked at the staff. Everyone was ready to start shooting. None of the onlookers dared to rush in, because Ao Xiaowan was there to hold the fort. All departments, get ready. Actors in position. Action! CEO Gu personally hit the clapperboard. His voice was full of excitement. The shooting had already begun. The camera was aimed at Ao Shawan and the members of the Hong sect. Ao Shawan, with a group of underlings, swaggered down the street. These people were big gangsters in Hong Kong. Their every move revealed a bad taste. They were simply acting in their true colors. "Miss Wan, there is a beautiful girl over there. Do you want to bring her over for us to play?" Brother Long followed the script and walked up to Ao Shawan. Ao Shawan stopped, rubbed his chin, and looked at Shua. She really is a top-grade beauty. Go, catch her for me, I want to ask her about the secret of breast enhancement. It was also Ao Shawan's first time acting. There were many things she didn't understand. However, Ao Shawan didn't need to understand. She was like Zhang Kuku. She would act wherever she wanted. There was a burst of laughter all around. Everyone was amused by Ao Shawan's words. How was this a shooting? Was this a comedy? It was a little like Stephen Chow's nonsensical style. Chairman Gu's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to shout, "Cut," but he didn't dare to. He could only watch helplessly as the scene was messed up. However, this was not important. Chairman Gu was waiting for Qin Feng to appear and defend the Hong sect and be chased out of Hong Kong. At that time, Chairman Gu would find a fresh meat in the film industry and reshoot Hedonist Sovereign. Oh right, he would also chase Zhang Kuku out of Hong Kong. Aw. What are you doing? Brother Long and his underlings had surrounded Shua. Shua screamed in fear. Little beauty, don't shout. We're not bad people. Our big sister wants to talk to you. You'd better come with us obediently. I don't want to go with you. Don't stop me, or I'll call the police. Shua acted very well. Her expression was on point, and her voice was trembling. Brother Long's face turned cold. He became impatient and said, "Bitch, I'm giving you face, but you won't listen to me. Don't blame us for taking action." Brother Long and his underlings laughed evilly. They extended their hands toward Shua. Shua was so frightened that she shrunk her body and cried for help. "Help! Is there anyone? Help me!" Bang! A loud explosion sounded. This was specially arranged by the film crew. They set up a small thunderclap that gave Qin Feng a fright. Qin Feng quickly regained his senses. He leaped into the crowd and held Shua's slender waist. He looked at Brother Long and his underlings and yelled, "You bastards! How dare you take liberties with a young woman in broad daylight? How dare you take liberties with a young girl? Today, I, the great hero Qin Feng, will teach you a lesson." Qin Feng held Shua in one hand and a sheathed longsword in the other. The film crew hurriedly used a fan to blow Qin Feng's hair. Qin Feng's fake hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The underlings of Hong's sect could not bear to look at Qin Feng's face. Ao Shawan rushed forward because it was her turn. "You ugly monster! How dare you meddle in my business? I'll give you a chance to kowtow and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Feng hadn't seen Ao Shawan for a long time. He didn't expect this girl to return to her original hot personality. The image of Ao Shawan pretending to be a pure and virtuous lady flashed in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was so scared that he hurriedly shook his head. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. "You stupid girl. How dare you say that I, the great hero Qin Feng, am ugly? I think there's something wrong with your taste." Others might be afraid of Ao Shawan, but Qin Feng was not. He glared at Ao Shawan and scolded her. The underlings of Hong's sect were stunned. They had never met anyone in Hong Kong who dared to scold the young miss. By the way, not long ago, a great man from the mainland seemed to have subdued Ao Shawan. But in more than 20 years, there was only one such great man. Ao Shawan was so angry that his chest was about to explode. That wasn't what Boss Goose said just now. Was there something wrong with the protagonist's head? What did you say? You said I'm stupid. You scar-faced, hurry up and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Ao Shawan's voice was trembling with anger. This was not an act. Don't even think about it. I, the great hero Qin Feng, have been wandering in Jianghu for 20 years. When have I ever bowed to evil forces? But I have to advise you to get out of here. Otherwise, when my sword is unsheathed, people will die. Qin Feng was born to be pretentious. His words, arrogant expression, and actions directly made those fans boil. Handsome, so handsome. Zheng Shuai, draw your sword and kill all those bullies. Hearing the fans' shouts, Ao Shawan was so angry that her hair stood on end. Without saying a word, she threw a punch at Qin Feng's face. In fact, Ao Shawan was not very powerful, but no one dared to touch her in Hong Kong, so she was naturally not afraid of death. His little pink fist had just reached Qin Feng's face and was about to land on the tip of Qin Feng's nose when Qin Feng casually grabbed and pulled Ao Shawan into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng had a beautiful woman in each hand. The feeling of hugging both Shui and Ao Shawan was very angry. Shui broke free from Qin Feng's arms when Qin Feng was not paying attention. Ao Shawan also wanted to break free, but it was too late. Qin Feng held Ao Shawan tightly and did not let go at all. Bastard, do you know who I am? Let go of me, or I'll let my brother trample you to death. Ao Shawan was anxious. She had only been hugged by her brother and Qin Feng in her life, and Ao Shawan's heart was full of Qin Feng. How could she be hugged by another stinky man? Oh! You're finished, you're finished. How dare you take advantage of Miss Gu? You're dead. Call someone to bring all the Hong Gang members here and kill this guy. Call 5 more horses. We have to dismember him. After elder brother Long and the others came to their senses, they all took out their cell phones and began to call for help. Rao Sherman and the other girls were frightened by the scene. They were all from the mainland and were unfamiliar with Hong Kong. They were just filming a movie, so how did Zheng Shuai offend the Hong Gang members? Chairman Gu was also worried, but he was overjoyed. Shui stood aside expressionlessly and glanced at Qin Feng from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. Ao Shawan was still struggling in Qin Feng's arms. This little girl, who had always been a maverick, was so anxious that she was about to cry. Shawan, don't struggle. I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not expect things to turn out this way. He had underestimated the Hong Gang's strength and Ao Shawan's status in Hong Kong. Qin Feng whispered to Ao Shawan and revealed his identity. He was afraid that the Hong Gang members would come and make trouble. After all, the last time Qin Feng came to Hong Kong for a mission, he was hunted down by the Hong Gang for 3 days. It was too scary. Ao Shawan, who was struggling frantically, suddenly froze. He turned around and looked at Qin Feng in surprise. You are talking nonsense. You are not allowed to insult him. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. What insult? Was it because of his appearance? Shawan, I will explain it to you later. Let's continue filming. When I have time, I will go to the Hong Gang to find you and have a drink with your brother. When your brother saw me, he was so happy that he stomped a few holes in the courtyard. Qin Feng said a lot of things quickly. Ao Shawan's expression changed again and again. Ao Shawan had begun to believe Qin Feng. Last time, Qin Feng had changed his identity to Chow Feng to do a mission in Hong Kong. Ao Shawan thought that Qin Feng had changed his identity again this time. Ao Shawan was very excited. After Qin Feng left, she had not contacted Ao Shawan for a long time. She looked forward to seeing Qin Feng again every day. Now that Qin Feng was really back, Ao Shawan was as happy as seeing a family member. Hero, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I am willing to follow you like an ox or a horse. You can do whatever you want. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, Ao Shawan changed into another person. She did not resist. Instead, she took the initiative to lie in Qin Feng's arms and hit Qin Feng's chest with a shy and charming look. Ao Shawan regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have dressed up like a lady and went shopping. This time, he scared Qin Feng again. Qin Feng was not scared, but everyone present was scared. Not only were they scared, but some people even fainted. Where was the non-mainstream young lady with the yellow afro? Where was the arrogant and unreasonable Ao Shawan of the Hong Gang? Where was the big sister who scared the children under 6 years old into silence when the parents mentioned her name? Chapter 9:17. Ao Shawan changed. First, she lay in Qin Feng's arms and beat his chest. Then, she stomped her feet and twisted her waist to act coquettishly. Finally, she pouted and clenched her fists on both sides of her face. As she spun her little fists, she blinked her big eyes at Qin Feng. Qin Feng swallowed a lot of saliva out of fear. Qin Feng resisted the urge to kick Ao Shawan away a dozen times. Manager Gu still hadn't come back to his senses. His plan was to let Qin Feng offend Ao Shawan, then be hunted down by the entire Hong sect and eventually driven out of Hong Kong. But things had completely gone off track and gone to an unimaginable extreme. This was something that Manager Gu couldn't figure out even after pulling at the hair on his bald head. Eldest miss. Your medicine can't. Why don't you go back with us first? Brother Long looked at Ao Shawan, trembling. He wanted to persuade Ao Shawan to go back. Otherwise, if Head Wuchang knew that eldest miss was hugged and touched by a man, he would definitely kill Brother Long and the others. Shut up. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Hero, I love you so much. Ao Shawan suddenly realized that she was still lying in Qin Feng's arms. She quickly turned back into a cute and helpless little girl, scaring a group of people into fainting. Manager Gu couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell was going on? Did Qin Feng have some kind of innate domineering aura? Any woman who stayed with him would be brainwashed. Cut! Manager Gu hurriedly stopped them and ran to Qin Feng's side. After looking at Ao Shawan with a smile, he pulled Qin Feng aside to talk alone. Zheng Shuai, your acting 2 days ago was very good. Why can't you do it today? Is it because there are too many onlookers that it affects your performance? Is it? I think I acted very well. Why can't I do it? Qin Feng said, playing dumb. You didn't act according to what I said. I asked you to teach those gangsters a lesson so that it would be realistic. How can you keep flirting with girls without doing anything? This doesn't conform to reality. Chairman Gu was extremely anxious. Qin Feng looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He shook his head and said, Oh. I'm afraid that if I understand, Boss Gu wants me to beat him up, right? Right. You have to be ruthless and not hold back. Otherwise, you won't be able to meet the standards I want, Manager Gu said seriously. Qin Feng chuckled as he walked back into the crowd. Chairman Gu also followed. Brothers of the Hong sect, Boss Gu has told me that he will beat you up during the show. Do you have any objections? Once Qin Feng spoke, Chairman Gu was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. Chairman Gu usually said different things to deceive everyone. He didn't expect Qin Feng to say it out loud. Brother Long was immediately unhappy. He glared at Manager Gu and roared, "Gu, what the hell are you talking about? That's not what we said on the phone. Hong Sek's daughter is here today. I will kill anyone who dares to touch her." Pa. Elder Brother Long wanted to flatter Ao Shaowan in public. Elder Brother Long felt that he had done a good job of flattering Ao Shaowan. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, Ao Shaowan suddenly rushed up and slapped him. "Miss, why did you slap me?" Brother Long was dumbfounded. "Slap you? If you keep forcing me, I will chop you to death. Listen up, all of you. Jing Shuai's words are my words. No, his words are more powerful than mine. If anyone dares to question Jing Shuai's words again, I will cut him into pieces and feed him to the fishes." Ao Shaowan's change was so fast that everyone was caught off guard. Brother Long covered his red and swollen face with his hands. He didn't blame Ao Shaowan for slapping him. No one in Hong Kong dared to resent Ao Shaowan. Brother Long felt wronged because why did Miss like Jing Shuai? Apart from his name, which part of him was handsome? Brother Long felt that he was 100 times more handsome than Jing Shuai. Why didn't Miss like him? Hee. Miss, you are right. Although Brother Long was unhappy with Jing Shuai, he still put on a smile and said, "Jing Shuai, it's our honor to be able to act with a big shot like you. You can slap us as much as you want. We will be happy if you slap us." Ma Xinshin and the girls were speechless. What was he talking about? Why was Qin Feng so popular with women? What kind of woman would become an obedient little sheep in front of him? Could it be that this fellow's body was filled with wind essence oil? No, it was filled with knockout drugs. Yes, I can't let my brothers get beaten up for nothing. This is arranged by Chairman Gu, so I can't do anything about it. Chairman Gu has promised to pay for everyone's medical expenses and mental damage. If you guys are still not satisfied, why don't you give Chairman Gu a good beating? Hee, don't take it seriously. I'm just joking. Qin Feng said he was joking. However, judging from the expressions of the Hong sect gangsters, they didn't take it as a joke. Chairman Gu could feel 20 pairs of eyes glaring at him. He was so scared that he almost wanted to run for his life. Chairman Gu was dumbfounded and couldn't utter a word. Qin Feng shouted at the staff, Come. Everyone, get into position. Let's reshoot the scene." The staff was ready to reshoot the scene. Chairman Gu quickly recovered from his shock. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Hee. Jing Shuai, I thought about it. Actually, everyone acted well in the first part. I don't think there's a need to reshoot it. Chairman Gu had been looking for a chance to drive Jing Shuai away. He couldn't wait for Jing Shuai to beat up the Hong sect gangsters. However, when the time came, Chairman Gu retreated without hesitation. What? You don't want to reshoot again? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to act like a big shot? Are you trying to make fun of us? Didn't you say that the movie wouldn't reach the standard of the movie if there were no fights? Why are you stopping now? Qin Feng's furious rebuke caused Chairman Gu to choke on his words. Ao Shaowan was even angrier than Qin Feng when she saw that Chairman Gu had angered Qin Feng. Hey! My idol is talking to you. Are you mute? Believe it or not, I'll ask the Hong sect to go to your company and tear down your building. No one dared to doubt Ao Shaowan's words. Chairman Gu was so scared that his legs trembled. He regretted coming up with such a bad idea. He had dug a pit and gotten himself into it. I was afraid that everyone would be tired if they kept replaying the scene. I was afraid that Jing Shuai would be tired, Chairman Gu hurriedly explained. Ao Shaoan thought about it and agreed. How could he let Big Brother Qin Feng be tired? Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Big Brother Jing Shuai, let's go rest. I'll take you to dinner, okay? We can go shopping. Ao Shaoan took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm. She used to shout when talking to others, but when talking to Qin Feng, her voice was so soft that it made people's hair stand on end. Hee hee. Okay. Since Miss Wan has something to do with Jing Shuai, you guys can go and have fun. I'll give Mr. Jing Shuai a day off and pay him as usual. Chairman Gu wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and finally felt relieved. If Jing Shuai really beat up the people of Hong sect, would he still want to live? Ao Shaoan clapped happily. Qin Feng suddenly said with a cold face, since I'm a professional actor, I can't be afraid of hardships and tiredness. Before the movie reaches the standard I want, how can I settle for the second best? This is an insult to my acting skills and quality. Ao Shaoan was startled, but her reaction was extremely fast. Before the smile on Chairman Gu's face faded, Ao Shaoan slapped him. How dare you insult Big Brother Jing Shuai's acting skills and quality? Do you want to die? Chairman Gu's eyes were filled with tears. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. When did I insult Jing Shuai? Didn't you just say that you want to take Jing Shuai shopping and dinner? Miss Wan. You don't want to go with Jing Shuai. Before Chairman Gu could finish, Ao Shaoan jumped up and slapped Chairman Gu on the forehead. You shut up. I didn't say anything just now. I want you to continue filming until Big Brother Jing Shuai is satisfied. Ao Shaoan's face changed faster than turning the page of a book. Chairman Gu was completely speechless. Under Ao Shaoan's strong pressure, Chairman Gu didn't dare to resist and reluctantly began to shoot again. Action! In the new take, Qin Feng made a dazzling appearance. The staff of the task force released another small thunderclap cannon. But this time, Qin Feng was prepared. He completely ignored the loud sound of the firecracker and leaped to the front of the people of Hong sect. You bastards! How dare you molest a young woman in broad daylight? Watch how powerful I, Hero Qin Feng, am. After saying his catchphrase, Qin Feng waved his palm. The 20 hooligans of Hong sect didn't dare to dodge. They waited for Qin Feng to kick them to the ground. After falling to the ground, they screamed and begged Qin Feng for mercy. Hero, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Ah. Hero, don't draw your sword. I know that once your sword is unsheathed, it will see blood. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of chaotic sounds, Qin Feng had put down the people of Hong sect. This time, Qin Feng was really fighting. It wasn't that he had a problem with Brother Long and the others. Qin Feng also thought that if he wanted to become an excellent film actor and win the Oscar Golden Deer Trophy, he had to act real. Brother Long and the others fell to the ground, screaming in pain. They weren't pretending. They were really in pain. Ao Shaoan suddenly threw away the machete in his hand. His arrogant and spoiled look changed. He clenched his small fist and trotted to Qin Feng like a love-struck fool. Wow! Hero, you're amazing. I don't want to be your enemy. I want to be your companion. Qin Feng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His eyes were full of unruly light. Have you decided? I'll have many women in my life. I've decided. As long as I'm in your heart, I'll be satisfied. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.